the meeting to order for February the 16th, 2021. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perrello,
Here.
Councilmember Teran,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
Thank you, all present.
And we posted the agenda, correct?
Yes, we did, Mayor.
Okay, our next item is an appointment item, and this is Information Technology Department. But before we go there, we have a speaker, and that person, that speaker is Douglas Partello for 3 minutes.
Douglas is not available at this time.
Okay, so again, this item is a performance update report. And he's not on. And of course, okay. So then let me introduce a recommendation that the city council receive an update in the fourth year and first half of the 5-year performance of Oxnard 311 constituent relationship management system. And as you know, this under Measure M, this was recorded. And the question would be, is there any council members that have any questions on this item or any clarifications? Okay, let me see. I can see Councilmember Teran. Do you have a question? You're muted.
I do. Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I want to thank our staff and the IT department for the update. I hope the public was able to see the presentation that was posted ahead of time. I have a couple of questions, and it's in regards to the presentation and the update that we received. The first one is how many registered users do we have now? And I know that's mentioned in the presentation, but just so we can have an update on that for the public. And if it's measured, is there a capacity do we have the capacity to meet demand if, let's say, an influx of users that come between now and the end of this program year for 311? I know it's down this year as far as numbers go, but if we had, because of this presentation or marketing or something for the program, if it were to blow up and we had a large influx, would we be able to meet that demand?
Okay.
And then are there any plans to market the program more for the residents?
Yeah,
That's my first question, and I'll kind of let it go because then I have just another technical question after that.
Is the staff member Raha, or who's the staff member on this one? Raha?
Mayor Zaragoza, let me go ahead and get Mike Schaefer to answer that question.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Mayor, Council. Nice to see you all tonight.
Mm-hmm.
To answer those questions, how many registered users do we have? We did give information up to the 4.5-year mark, which was the end of October of last year. It'll take me a little bit of time to dive in and figure out how many more users we've had since then, but I'll be more than happy to get that information out to you after this meeting. As far as the capacity to meet the demand of how many increased requests we get each year, the beginning of the presentation did kind of focus on that and mention that we're seeing, I think it's about a 16% increase in request increases each year. And that kind of follows the trends that other cities are seeing that use the same software. So we're seeing a steady increase of requests, even though our number of users, the number of new users isn't rising as fast as it has in the past. But I think that gives us a very clear indication that our requests will continue to increase. We will have a trickle in of new users. And as people get used to using the app, we can expect them to send in more requests. So that's something we kind of have to measure each year by doing this performance evaluation is, how are we doing? Have we met this tipping point where we really do have to go out and maybe hire more people to go after these requests because they've become, so high in volume? So I think it's something we have to adjust to with time and as we get fresh data coming in. And luckily, this system is very data rich.
Thank you. Councilmember, you have other questions?
I do, yes, thank you. I have two other questions and then just one comment at the end. The first question is regards to the sidewalk repair. And I believe that there is a contract with a contracted or a company that does the grinding of sidewalks that are experiencing lift from roots or for other reasons. And so my question, is there a maximum lift that can be, is there a threshold before we can't grind it anymore and the sidewalk needs to be completely replaced? And what is that limit? And what do we do if we find a reported sidewalk panel is beyond that limit, beyond that threshold? And then the second question is in regards to homeless encampments, which is mentioned in the report. And I'm just wondering what the process is when an encampment is reported. I see it's listed as a sensitive item, which I appreciate. Well, what is the process for that though? Like what happens to the belongings of the person? Are resources provided to the individuals who are approached or are in the encampment? And are referrals made? And lastly, have we documented anyone who's taken advantage of those resources or referrals in that instance? And then after that, I'll give my comment, and that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Raham,
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask.
City Manager.
Yes, if I could ask, I think Brian Yanis is on to answer the first part of the question about the sidewalk lift. And then someone from the housing department to address the question about the homeless. And then I'd also want to circle back to Councilmember Turan's first question about capacity at the end. Thank you.
Okay, Brian.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, Brian Yan is Assistant Public Works Director. Yes, we do have a contract with a vendor that does sidewalk grindings for us. We also do in-house grinding and we also do sidewalk repairs in-house. We do have a long list of these repairs, but to answer your question, Councilmember Turan, is that about 1 inch and 1.5 inches we can potentially grind down. After anything above that is more likely a sidewalk replacement. So we'd have to take either a panel or 2 panels from each side of that lift to make that repair. So it's a case-by-case basis. Sometimes we can get away with a good grind, and sometimes you just can't do it and you have to do something else. But our list continues to grow and we continue to tackle these grindings and sidewalk lift repairs as we have them throughout our city.
Councilmember, can I ask a follow-up question on that real quickly? Do you mind? Brian, the question I have is who pays for that? Is that the city or the resident if you have to replace a sidewalk?
The city is responsible for the sidewalk. Many of our sidewalk lifts are due to our trees that are in the public right of way.
Mhm.
And sometimes it's just old sidewalks depending on where it's at. But I would say over 90% of our lifted sidewalk is due to a root in a tree.
Thank you. Thank you. Mhm. Councilmember.
Councilmember Tron, as it relates to the homeless, the process, I believe, is what you asked for the belongings. Is that correct?
That's correct, as well as if resources or referrals are provided to them, and if we have documentation of any who've taken advantage of those referrals.
Okay, so it's a coordinated effort, and I have both Commander Basinger and Code Compliance Manager Roger Brooks if they want to chime in as well. So housing doesn't have as much to do with it, so I'll kind of give an overarching. If more details is necessary, Commander Basinger, if you can step in. But we coordinate with our service providers as well as police and ER to give notice on the belongings. We don't just take the belongings. So we do have to provide some type of notice. They're welcome to take the belongings with them. And if they don't, then we do just take the items and we go store them for a set amount of time. And they do have the option to come pick up those belongings at some point. Commander Basinger, did I miss anything specific on that? And Councilmember Bertrand, I don't have the statistics on how many have come back to pick up the belongings, but I could check to see if we're even able to provide that data or if we have it.
No, thank you, Mayor, Pro Tem and Council. Assistant City Manager Golden is correct. We do, prior to doing any kind of encampment cleanup, we go out, we attempt to provide resources and services to the individuals, either done by the homeless liaison officers or our homeless outreach team. And they are given a period of time, at least 3 days, to give them an opportunity to move their items or clean their encampments up prior to environmental resources coming and clearing the encampments. And the items are stored, providing the items that are not trash or food or soiled items, those are stored for them.
Okay, thank you. And have a comment there. Lastly, Council Member Turan.
Yes, of course.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you for that. I thought you meant you had a comment, Mayor. My apologies on that. So the last comment I wanted to make is in regards to the metrics and the goals that were set and that were laid out in the report. And I want to commend staff for really working diligently to hit these goals. I can see that some of the goals had to be adjusted because during years like 1, 2, and 3, for example, maybe they found that the goals were perhaps, difficult to attain given the capacity of staff at that time. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciated the thorough explanation of that. One thing I wanted to point out, and this is my last comment, is under H, where it says litter, and litter is anything that was thrown out or illegally littered, not illegal dumping, but litter, such as in parks or around in city property. And you can see that there's been, year 1 was 373 reports of this or requests, year 5, 274. But what I want to draw attention to is that under that, it says a team of 2 staff members is responsible for responding to litter complaints throughout the city. However, this 2-person team is also responsible for illegal dumping requests and assisting with homeless encampment cleanups, overgrown vegetation and weed abatement requests, and other tasks in parks, parkways, medians, or other general use areas. And I bring that up because the metrics we have here are for different requests, but the requests are shared by the same staff. If we have 2 staff people who are in charge of picking up litter, picking up encampments, picking up illegal dumping, addressing overgrown vegetation, that's 2 people for the entire city. And I just hope that we can get a really good context for that. That now it says that we've been able to look at hiring additional staff, which is great. But remember that I can count on one hand or less the number of people who are addressing these requests. And I hope that having that information will help the public understand, why it takes up to 13 days to address things like litter. So I just want to commend staff again for the goals and make that comment. And thank you very much, Mayor, for the time.
Thank you, Council Member. And I know that Raha was taking notes on that. We have 2 other council members that raise their hand, is Madrigal and then Bert Torello. Oscar and then Bert.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, first thing I want to say is I really enjoyed those graphs that were on the presentation. They were very informative, and it was a very good way to keep up with everything that's been going on in the last 4 years plus. I know that the focus was on the top 4, but I would actually like to see like that same graph for the other 16 categories. Maybe not every single individual category, but just kind of those 16 categories kind of bunched up to see where the performance on those is. And lastly, I actually really enjoyed the last part where it delved into some of the issues that we were facing. And at the end of the day, just keeping it simple, it's that we need to work together. For the majority of the issues that we face through the 311 app, it usually takes more than one department. And I know that, it's something that we're working on and something that, it's been coming for years. But I do believe that, this time we can get it right and we could have multiple departments working together to resolve an issue. And that's actually it. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Bert Torello.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Schaefer, thank you for the presentation, your entire staff, Raj, the people who put this together. I do use 311 and I find that it works very well. There are a couple of questions that I have. With respect to the number of accounts that we have, we got 8,130 accounts of people that are doing this, and we've had a little over 200,000, sometimes 250,000 people live in the city. What do you have in the way of history? Is that a very, because when you divide one into the other, it comes up 0.04. It's a really small amount of people that are taking advantage of this. And I know the city manager and myself and other council members have suggested that we have 1,200 people working in the city of Oxnard. Do we have those 1,200 people on this 311 app? Because it would be very simple in the direction that you go home or the direction you come to work. If you see something, just hit the 311 app. We could help clean up our city. Do you have any information, or could you provide in the future how we stack up on other cities that have this particular item, the response and the involvement of the residents in those cities? That's my question. And I'd like to add this for the question that was asked about the number of people that are working. I know that from the Public Works Committee, the request for more equipment to be involved in picking up the trash has increased. So there is a provision where people are providing more equipment, where the city is providing more equipment to the people to respond to those dumping complaints. I think that's an issue that you guys might want to talk about. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Is that Mr. Schaefer or Rafa?
I can speak to that as well.
Mhm.
Thank
Okay.
you for the questions. So as far as how many people out of the entire population of Oxnard compared to other cities are using this app, I'll have to go back and ask those different individuals from the various cities that I spoke to about those ratios, but I'm sure that's a number we can get, and I'd be more than happy to follow up and present that information. As far as staff members using the app, we absolutely recommend that all staff members download the app. So if they're out, walking and see graffiti, they can report it, or maybe come across a pothole, they can report that. We definitely suggest that to all staff members. As far as official staff within the system, the Oxnard 311 system, we limit that to only those individuals that are actually in the workflow of taking care of a request. So we won't have, for example, staff from finance listed on there if there's no request type that could be assigned to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to share, any other council members like to share anything? I have a couple of words I'd like to.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know if we just want general comments now or not, but I'll go ahead and make them.
Yes.
I think it's been a very good program, and I always tell people use 311, and I use it myself more often than not if I can. And I think the thing we need to be cognizant of, and I'm pretty sure the city manager is that we need to have the staff to respond to this. And going through the report, there were some goals that we had for response within X number of hours or days or whatever. And sometimes we were making the goal, sometimes we weren't. But the one thing that most tends to plague us is we put a program into place and then we don't have the resources either to do it at the time or we fall behind. And that's what gives us a little bit of a tainted view of the program, in that we can't respond to it quickly. And everybody has a different idea of what a good response time is. But I know that in Southwinds, we implemented a parking permit process to try and alleviate the overcrowding of cars. And then we ended up not having the staff to be able to go down and enforce the program. And it didn't work out very well. It gave us kind of a black eye in that neighborhood. And the first thing people say is, well, why do you implement a program if you don't have the staff to follow up with it? So I think it's crucial. I think this is the new way of doing things, but we just need to make sure that we're positioned and able to respond in a reasonable and timely manner to these complaints. Otherwise, we're not going to look so good. So, but I think staff is doing an excellent job. A lot of information in the report. I thank you for compiling all this. And usually our biggest fear is that we're going to be hugely successful, and it has its own ramifications, but I think staff is doing very, very well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay.
I have one comment, Mayor, if I may.
Okay, but so go ahead, Councilman.
So I want to thank staff for all their hard work and all the data that was collected for this report. And I kind of just want to take this moment to reiterate something that I heard during the presentation, that was pre-recorded was that illegal dumping was one of the main issues in our city, and the response was not up to par with what the city wanted. And I totally understand that. And one of the things that Mr. Mike Schaefer said was that we didn't have a driver to drive the necessary truck in order to do the work. So just, some food for thought for staff. As we're recruiting new individuals, it might be a good opportunity to look at our job descriptions to ensure that we don't only have the right people, but we have enough people in order to, in case somebody calls in sick, we have backup. And sort of like succession planning, knowing who's going to, if someone's going to call sick, I have another backup that's going to be able to pick up this trash. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, I also would like to share, that I really want to thank staff for excellent work. The 311 is really, the software is really helping out our constituency. And I think what this happened, council members and members of the audience, is that it increases transparency and accountability for city staff, which I read in the report, which is really, really great. And the important thing that at 311 is free, that app is free, and that's going to benefit the entire community. And I've noticed, I'm not sure if the 70,602 was request was 1 year, or I can't recall, or cumulative, but a 7,672 requests. We can answer that question later. But it was mentioned by Councilmember Basu is that the top 4 items that people were looking at or reported were illegal dumping. Second was graffiti request removal. And the third was abandoned vehicles. And the fourth was overgrown landscaping, which I'm sure that now that we're going to have the strategy items, probably using Measure E is going to help us with a lot of those concerns that we have. So I really want to commend the staff for what they're doing. And some of the future concerns that they're looking at is litter, of course, and potholes and waste of water and illegal dumping and so forth and so forth. But overall, I really believe that 311 really helps tremendously. So I want to thank staff and Raha and of course Mike, and the rest of the staff that are and all the other departments that was mentioned before. Mr. City Manager, you have any questions?
Yes, I have a closing comment on behalf of staff. So I'm very grateful that the council is accepting of the update, because I'm not as happy about the outcomes. But it begs the question, and for me to provide a quick explanation of why. So, and this has been year over year is an outcome of a compounding problem, which is across the board deferred maintenance and action. And 311 ideally is to report items that most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, that would fall outside of our regular routines. But when you're not able to keep up with potholes, and you're not able to keep up with tree trimming and medians management and mowing the grass and sidewalk repair, then 311 becomes flooded with those items. So part of it is again a compounding problem, and without and some of the, I'm grateful some of the council members raised and recognized and acknowledged the issue of you can't set up a program that you don't have the resources for, or even worse, you set up a program and then you defund it. So there are other things that are always going to pop up on 311 here, as they do in many cities, and that's really the ideal plateau that we strive to achieve, is getting our routine work back on track. And so that will be up to the council in the upcoming months to decide on what those priorities are and where we are going to invest. But part of the problem with 311 in Oxnard is it's flooded with requests for things that we should be doing regularly, rather than making requests that are for items that should be outside of that routine. So I look forward to the council's special workshop to set the council's priorities for the next 5 years. And we will follow that, of course, with the budget to prioritize how to invest to meet some of these needs. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I'd like to follow up a little bit on Councilmember Basua's question. You know, it was a question there that apparently we had an individual that was ill or couldn't make it, and we could not continue with the cleanup. So I believe that we're looking at additional FTEs and maybe potential training and also to succession planning to make sure that whether the individual's ill or whether the individual's going on vacation, that we have somebody to take over while that person or that FTE is gone.
That's correct. And once the council sets your priorities, then we will propose how to go about achieving those priorities, including what they will cost and the time length. Is going to be difficult for the council to juggle all the demands and desires of this community in terms of the budget that we have. So that'll be an important exercise, though.
Thank you, sir. Any additional questions for the city manager or staff? If none, then that was just a report, right? Received and filed. So we are going to adjourn right now until, not adjourn, excuse me. We're going to come back at 6 o'clock for the regular meeting. Thank you. So we'll be back at 6. Thank you. Housing Authority. Additionally, Jenny Garcia was the mother of Patricia Garcia, who has been a longtime city employee for the city of Oxnard. So then we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance and then we'll a moment of silence. Please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is a really important item, and this is the oath of office for the City of Oxnard District 2 Council Member Gabriel Turan. Madam Clerk, I'd like to administer the oath of office. You're going to come up here? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Please repeat after me. I, Gabriel Turan,
I, Gabriel Turan,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support
that I will support
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I will take
that I will take
this obligation freely
this obligation freely
without any mental
without any mental
reservations
reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully
and
discharge
discharge
the duties
the duties
upon
upon
which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The council member can't wait to make a little presentation, but we're going to have him wait a little bit here. Because to start off, we have a couple of speakers that I'd like to share some thoughts. And then we'll start off with Manuel Herrera, followed by Chris Hernandez. Manuel Herrera is at 3 minutes. Is Manuel Herrera on?
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Herrera?
Okay,
Mr.
can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, members of the City Council and staff, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. However, I'm here representing myself. I wanted to take this time to congratulate Gabe Teran as our new City Council member. I also wanted to thank the council members who right from the beginning did not waver on their choice of Mr. Teran. It was obvious that the Aaron Starr clan was trying to intimidate this council into not picking Mr. Teran. I am glad that this council did not fall for it. Gabe Teran's record speaks for itself, and everyone who knows him knows that he is no one's puppet. Mr. Teran has proven time and time again that he is an open-minded and fair person and will represent each and every one of us fairly, even the Aaron Starr supporter. And if I'm incorrect, then they can feel free to vote him out in the next election. Otherwise, I look forward to him proving to us all that he indeed was the best choice to replace Carmen Ramirez. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. And now we have Chris Hernandez, 3 minutes.
Mr. Hernandez?
Hey.
Mr. Hernandez, you have 3 minutes to.
Hello?
Hi. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. This is Chris Hernandez, 5 Points Neighborhood Council. I'd like to start off by saying good evening to City Manager, Mayor Pro, and City officials. And I just want to thank all of you for making the right decision by appointing the right person to represent not only District 2, but the City of Oxnard. Gator's contributions to the City of Oxnard are not new to the community. Notable for his street
Mr. Hernandez, do you have your TV on? We hear an echo. Mr. Hernandez, can you hear me?
Is he?
Hello?
Chris, do you have your TV going? Go ahead, Chris.
Mr. Hernandez, are you still with us? Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, much
Yes,
better.
much clearer.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I think I got a better signal. I'll make it short and quick. I want to thank all of you for making the right decision by appointing the right person to represent not only District 2, but the whole city of Oxnard. Gabe Teran's contributions to the city of Oxnard are not new to the community. Noticeable from his street cleanups to the park cleanups to being active and positively effective on the Parks and Recs Commission and his infamous and informative social media videos. Gabe Teran is without a doubt a citizen for a better Oxnard, and most importantly, a positive role model and inspiration to our youth and myself as well. Gabe Teran, thank you so much. I wish you the best and may you continue to help Oxnard prosper. Congratulations, Gabe Teran. Very well deserved. And thank you so much. And that haircut looks good. Shout out to Pat Brown. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Council members, any comments from council members? Okay. Council member, I think Perello and then Lopez.
I wish Gabe the very best of luck. I'm very grateful that I pushed and did not change my vote, that the residents get a representative as via appointment on District 2. And the council spoke. Mr. Teran is the elected representative, but there will be an election in November. There's still a tremendous amount of people that think we took constitutional rights away. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just pay attention a little bit, the state of California did away with the June primary, moved it to March. And because of that, the only way you could have an election was November. So that's why there was an appointment made. Mr. Teran, very best of luck.
Thank you, Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I also follow in Councilmember Perello to welcome Councilmember Teran and certainly appreciate the engagement that we saw during the process. That was a very quick process from the application point to the interview that we had 2 weeks ago. So I do want to thank everyone that participated through that process and hope that everyone who so actively paid attention to this will continue through the next couple of months and into the election in November. And I look forward to working with Mr. Tran for the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Okay, then I'll share a couple of words. Councilmember Charan, I really, I want to thank you so much for the knowledge that you've exhibited of city government, your education that you've given the CAGs, and also the videos that you put together. Very, very educational. I learned a lot from you too. So I think it's important. And then during the COVID, as we're experiencing now, when you spoke to schools and libraries, and you mentioned how the pandemic has closed, it didn't stop you. You continue educating people, and you continue doing monthly meetings in your Fremont South neighborhood meetings. You provided with the neighborhood chairs an educational Zoom on video on how to continue meeting with the INCO, which is really, really fantastic. To me, it's been a pleasure to welcome you, Councilmember Turan, and to the City Council, and I look forward to working with you. And it really is going to be an honor to have a young man like you with the knowledge that you have, and welcome to the Oxnard City Council. So at this time, I'd like for you to share a couple of words. If there's nobody else, I'd like to share any words at this time, but go ahead, Mr. Turan.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and my fellow council colleagues and the staff who've all been really great and accommodating in this unprecedented event for the city of Oxnard of appointing a council member. I know that there were a lot of thoughts and opinions on which way we should go as a city. And for me, as a resident of District 2, I have to say that what I'm giving right now is not a victory speech. What I'm giving is an acceptance of a responsibility speech. To me, it was important that we had representation at the council for District 2. I made that clear when I decided what I thought should be done. If it didn't go that way, that was fine with me, but I had to weigh in with the important things that are on the plate for the city council. The residents of District 2 were fully deserving of having representation, whether that was me or somebody else. That being said, I fully recognize and acknowledge that this was not an election, this was an appointment. And with that appointment comes a very important responsibility that I live up to what I asked of the council and what I asked of the city. I asked for representation, and now I am that representation. I hope to be able to give a voice and to be able to have District 2, be able to have what they want, what is important to them, reflected in the council decisions that are coming up over the next 9 months. I do not take this responsibility lightly. I will dedicate my time to it diligently, as I do with everything I ever dedicate myself to. And I have to say that for people who don't know me very much, or for those who have their concerns about what I do, I appreciate that. I appreciate all feedback. I appreciate all discourse with people out there. We're not always going to agree, but at the end of the day, my heart is in improving the city and making it the best city possible for all of the residents, and especially the residents of District 2. So I would like to again extend my thanks to the many people, nearly 24 people who wrote in or called in during the special meeting. I'm truly humbled by your support and your encouragement to do this. And just the overwhelming amount of support I received after the appointment meeting. I am so very grateful, and regardless of what happens in 9 months from now in November, I will always remember that people believed that I had what it took to be able to serve the city at the next level and serve our residents well. So thank you to all those residents who spoke out and encouraged me to take on this role. The last thing I'll say is that over the next 9 months, I am going to be serving the district and serving the city in a way that I would like to be served as an individual resident. And that's going to be my philosophy. Know that I'm always accessible. Even though I have a day job, if you email me when I get breaks or when I'm off work, I will absolutely be getting back to emails. I have a a number of ways that I can be contacted now that I'll be letting folks know about as we go forward. And I appreciate everything. Thank you very much to everyone for all of your support, and I look forward to the next 9 months of serving the city of Oxnard.
Thank you, Council Member. But one of the last things that I'd like to share, the most important thing of all, is you have the family support. And your families here today, and in the audience, even though it's COVID-19, they're wearing their little mask, is Anna, the wife, Anna, and also Maybe and Cynthia, right? Cindy. Well, that's pretty close. Anyway, welcome and thank you so much. And let's put our hands together for Gabe and his family. Thank you so much. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I had this all planned out. My family was going to be the biggest thanks. So the biggest thanks to my family. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good hand. Thank you. Thank you, Gabe. Mhm. Okay. Mr. City Manager, you want 2 seconds? No, you're good? Okay, thank you. Okay, our next item is public comments not on the agenda. And also just to share with you that we have a 3-minute time limit, and any matters that are appearing on the agenda or any items that are not on the agenda cannot be talked about or discussed. And those items can then be shared or sent to the city manager or to staff. So we have 4 people that want to speak for items not on the agenda. And we'll start off with Lawrence Stein, followed by Steve Nash. Lawrence Stein, followed by Steve Nash, 3 minutes each.
Mr. Stein?
This is Larry Stein speaking. I'm somewhat dismayed with things I talk about and things don't seem to get changed. For example, I just received my water bill, and after analysis, I'm determined that I'm paying more for water that I'm not getting than for water that I'm actually receiving. How is this possible? It's possible because I'm paying for debt service on the AWTF, the Advanced Water Treatment Facility, something I've been paying for, and 40,000 other people have been paying for over 40 years. For over 8 years. 40,000 people are paying the debt service on the AWTF and not getting the direct benefit of the water. Private entities are getting a direct benefit of water. Private entities are paying $250 per acre foot. What is it costing us to produce that water? That information has not been readily available, but somebody's paying for the difference. General fund is not paying for the difference of what the great water is costing and what the great water is receiving revenues. Who's paying the difference? The 40,000 ratepayers. We're paying the difference for the cost of water for the farmers versus what it actually costs. That's illegal under Prop 218, and staff has still not addressed this issue fully. Another issue I'm concerned about is something I discovered about 4 weeks ago. The city is not paying vendors in a timely fashion. Temporary analysis shows that we have a number of vendors whose invoices were not being paid for more than 40 days. I mean, an invoice date comes in, a vendor expects to be paid within 45 days, if not 30 days for an invoice. In many cases, we have invoices that are going 60, 90, and over 120 days after the invoice date, still not being paid. The question is, why is City Council allowing this policy to take place? City Council was setting in procedures. Perhaps City Council was never told that we're paying vendors 60 days, 9 days, or 120 days past their due dates, past their invoice dates, not paying these invoices. Why are we sticking vendors for the cost of the city? This also affects our credit ratings. Again, we're paying invoices late. That affects our credit. Why is City Council not addressing this at other times? We talked about credit ratings for bonds. They don't seem to talk about how credit ratings affect us when we pay our invoices late. Why are we paying invoices late? The city has a policy for public record requests. The policy is for the public to submit the public record request to the city clerk's office, but they understand the city clerk's office is going to forward those documents to appropriate departments. I've just learned that the clerk's office does not submit those requests to the department when those invoices are submitted. This seems to be in violation of the Public Records Act.
40 seconds.
The Public Records Act implies the fact that procedures implemented by cities are not supposed to be slowing down the process of getting information to the public, but maybe expediting the process of waiting over a period of time to submit documents and requests submitted by the public to various departments seems to be bypassing the requirements stated by the Public Records Act. The public's entitled to receive documents in a timely fashion. I have many public record requests outstanding that are more than 60 days, more than 30 days old. Not because city clerk, not because the departments have not processed the documents, but because the city clerk has adopted a policy set by the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Our next speaker is Steve Nash, followed by Douglas Partello. Steve Nash for 3 minutes.
Mr. Nash? Mr. Nash, please unmute. Yes, hi, you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, City Council members, City Manager, and staff. I would like to continue reading excerpts from President Biden's climate speech. We see small business and master electricians designing, installing, and innovating energy-conserving technologies and building homes and buildings. And we're going to reduce electric consumption and save hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in energy costs in the process. We see these workers building new buildings, installing 500,000 new electric vehicle charging stations across the country as we modernize our highway systems to adapt to the changes that have already taken place. We see American consumers switching to electric vehicles through rebates and incentives, and the residents of our cities and towns breathing cleaner air and fewer kids living with asthma and dying from it. And not only that, the federal government owns and maintains an enormous fleet of vehicles, as you all know. With today's executive order combined with a Buy American executive order I signed on Monday, we're going to harness the purchasing power of the federal government to buy clean, zero-emission vehicles that are made and sourced by union workers right here in America. With everything I just mentioned, this will mean 1 million new jobs in the American automobile industry. 1 million, and we'll do another thing. We'll take steps towards my goal of achieving 100% carbon pollution-free electric sector by 2035. Transforming the American electric sector to produce power without carbon pollution will be a tremendous spur to job creation and economic competitiveness in the 21st century, not to mention the benefits to our health and to our environment. And I'll cut it short right there because I want to finish it off by saying that burning fossil fuels kills nearly 9 million people worldwide and an estimated 350,000 in the US every year, according to a new study by scientists from Harvard, and 3 British universities. As Oxnard moves forward in developing its climate action plan, I encourage every council member to be strong advocates for programs and policies such as REACH codes, the decarbonization of buildings, an all-electric vehicle fleet for the city, and other forward-thinking actions that protect our residents, especially those who live in disadvantaged communities who bear the brunt of pollution caused by the combustion of hydrocarbons, such as natural gas stoves and furnaces, and living near high-volume transit corridors and freeways and polluting industries. In addition to decarbonizing buildings, Oxnard should be installing solar plus storage at all of its public safety facilities in order to ensure resiliency and sustainability in the face of natural and man-made disasters. Canopy solar should go over every parking lot. The city should be utilizing a portion of its CDBG funds to solarize and retrofit houses in disadvantaged communities.
Your time is up,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, Steve.
There are 1,000 other ideas.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Douglas Partello, followed by Chris Hernandez.
Mr. Portello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and City Council. And I'd like to congratulate Gabe Turan on receiving the appointment to the City Council. The issue that I'd like to talk about is about the eviction from the Halico slag pile. I understand that that homeless encampment is going to be evicted. So it's a done deal. You guys considered it, you voted it, you went with Emilio Ramirez's recommendation for that. There are some concerns that I'd like to share, and these are also some of the concerns that are shared with me as I'm having an ongoing outreach to the folks out there at this encampment. One of them is just in terms of the timing of the eviction and whether there's going to be adequate time to receive vaccines, so those folks might be afforded an opportunity to receive a vaccine prior to the eviction. Most of those folks, they have a small radius in which they operate in because they don't have vehicles. You know, they're walking, they have their bikes and trailers. And so now they're going to be kind of scattered to the wind with this eviction. So there is a concern about vaccinations for the public at large and for the homeless population themselves. They're in encampments, and their tents and their ramshackles are separated from each other. So they're kind of already self-distancing in a way, but with the eviction, you know, everything's going to be up in the air. I know some are going to be offered vouchers. Some will accept them. Many have voiced concerns about, you know, what those requirements are, what those parameters are, how long they're going to be for. So those are some of the concerns that have been voiced. It hasn't escaped those folks out there some of the issues that have happened at the shelter in Ventura with COVID, and also at the Vagabond Inn. So they're very concerned if they're going to get vouchers, you know, how safe is that for them to be? You know, I'm sure all these things are being considered, but these are concerns that are being voiced to me from the homeless, and I just want to share that. The Navigation Center is still in process. They'd like to know, like, they've built their little ramshackles and their tents and they've got stuff, and are they going to be afforded storage for items? You know, is that something that's in the plan? I know that there has been budgeted for trash removal. We've already done 2 trash removal events with Shelter Care Resources. We've removed over 5 tons of trash and garbage. And would the city please consider providing a dumpster? The Nature Conservancy organization is willing to put that dumpster on their property, so it's not utilized by city folks and getting filled up, but utilized by those folks. It'll make that transition and that eviction a lot less painful if they can be the ones to make decisions what things they can throw away. Thank you very much.
Douglas. Thank you. Chris Hernandez, 3 minutes is the last speaker.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, good evening, City Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City officials. This is Chris Hernandez, Vice Chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council. Let me just start off by saying, Gabe, you look good sitting in that nice leather chair, man. I'd like to say that the Lotero man situation is still in the works. I've had a bit of trouble reaching the victim involved. But once I speak with the man, I can have a better way of planning on how to find a solution to the situation. Just wanted to give a quick update to the public on that. And secondly, I would like to mention that I'm looking to collect 10 cases of waters for a project that we'll be doing for our youth at the skate park. HPC Dispensary has donated 500 four-ply face masks, which I will be handing out along with water at the skate park. I've had too many reports of kids skating without masks at the park. So I just want to continue to find ways to stay safe out here for everybody. And I'm asking the public to please stay safe and continue to practice wearing your mask and practice COVID safety guidelines. Thank you. Seize my time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is going to be the city manager's report. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for the slide to broadcast. Okay, so the first of the 2 updates tonight, first one, of course, is about COVID. So the county, I'm waiting for it to come back. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So luckily, the state is getting more doses of vaccine, and of course, therefore, so are the counties, including ours. Ventura County Public Health continues to do a great job of figuring the system to get people registered and to get as many doses into people as possible each day. So they are slowly expanding facilities. We have one expansion this week here in Oxnard as a starting point, which is at the Babies R Us store, or I should say it used to be the Babies R Us store. And of course, this still requires for everyone to register. And right now we are in the phase that includes people who are 65 years or older. And from the way I look these days, I think that could be me. And then, Mr. Mayor, I think you also have an update from the county today with regard to additional sites. I'm going to ask if you can. So they are working to, I'll go ahead and do it. They are working to expand even more smaller sites throughout Oxnard. And we are all trying to figure out how to get additional vaccination sites into South Oxnard. Next, this is just an announcement. We, along with the county, are seeking to join the state of California's rental assistance program. So we are, again, similar to the county, we are in the process of declaring our intent with the state of California to join them and have them manage statewide the COVID-19 rental relief assistance program. So in a future council meeting, I will be bringing a resolution here for the council to ratify, but this is something that on behalf of the city, I'm authorized to do during our local emergencies. So just an update on that. And when we bring it back, we'll have a little bit more detail with regard to how the state will administer that program. Friendly reminder, even though the numbers are getting better and the vaccine is slowly rolling out, we still strongly encourage everyone to continue wearing a face covering, a mask, continue to practice social distancing, continue to wash your hands frequently throughout the day, and of course, please don't gather with people outside of your immediate household. We are still in this pandemic. Next announcement, the City Council is getting set to select your priorities for the next 5 years. We have a survey that's out in the public arena right now, and it's up through this Wednesday. So another day and a few more hours for this survey. So we encourage, if you haven't taken the survey, to please do so. It's in English and in Spanish. And you can find it at www.oxnard.org/priorities. So it is available there. Okay, now I'm going to move into what's agendized as item 2 in City Manager update. And this is regarding the corn vendor incident that was brought to our broad attention back in December. And I'm going to split this update into 3 categories. So number 1, I'm going to address the actual incident that we saw the social media posting of back in December between the code enforcement officer, Officer Ochoa, and that particular corn vendor. And then I'm also going to then discuss what the city's follow-up actions are based on that particular incident. And after that, I will discuss the dilemma for the eloteros and with regard to the public health regulations, and put that in a broader context, also historical context. So as an FYI, we have a couple of people who are joining us from the county's environmental health division. Should any council members have specific questions, I'll talk about what they're offering later as I get to that part of this update. So the video was posted in December. It actually was from an incident that occurred back in August of last year. And it was that video clip, I believe, was under 20 seconds long and depicting a city code compliance truck driven by our code and compliance inspector and a street vendor. So after that video was brought to our attention, I had the police department conduct an administrative investigation of that particular incident, and they completed their investigation at the end of January. So in a nutshell, the investigation interviewed the actual vendor from that incident, as well as the code compliance inspector and the police officer who responded. The video that was posted clearly only showed a small portion of the interaction between the inspector and the vendor on that day. This vendor was known to the inspector. They've had prior exchanges. So the vendor was known for operating without the required permits. So on that day, when the vendor saw the inspector, he refused to stop and started walking away and then running away. The inspector followed the vendor for many blocks and also called the police for backup in order to detain the vendor. And at one point, and I think this might have been visible in the video, a black BMW attempted to block the code inspector's truck so that the vendor could get away. The vendor stated that the inspector drove into his cart, and the inspector stated that the vendor ran his cart into the inspector's truck. The vendor continued to attempt to evade the inspector, and eventually was stopped by the responding police officer. On that occasion, as in the past, the vendor's cart was seized, and he was issued civil citations for operating without a county health permit and for not obtaining a business tax certificate. So that is what happened that day. They had encountered each other prior to that video clip and also afterward when the police arrived. So here, now I'm going to move on to the second part about the city's follow-up actions. So here's what we are now doing, and this is effective, Mr. Mayor and Council and the public, as of this week. So we're updating our procedures. From now on, our inspectors, our code enforcement inspectors, will only respond to complaints received rather than conducting any proactive enforcement. Our city's efforts will focus on those vending types we know that actually have a path forward to get to compliance, such as car washes and flower sales. When we do have to respond to a complaint, we will issue one warning prior to issuing a citation. Now, if we have to issue a citation, the citation is issued for, again, the current regulations and laws on the books. For one, not having a County of Ventura health permit, which is required in the city code and the California Health and Safety Code. Two, for not having a City of Oxnard business certificate. But we understand if you're doing this particular form of vending, specifically the corn vending, it's not possible because you don't have a county health permit, and without that you can't get a city business license. And also for not having a permit if you happen to be operating within a residential area. And again, not going to get that without the health permit. Now, when we have encounters with a corn vendor, we will focus, our staff will focus on efforts in finding information related to the person who, in some cases, who actually owns the vending equipment. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. Not everyone who is doing this work is the sole proprietor. They are, in many cases, working for either someone else or some organization. Now, any information about the organized corn vendors will be forwarded to the county environmental health, and they may choose to investigate further. Information regarding food preparation will also be forwarded to County Environmental Health for their follow-up. Now, here's another significant change in our procedures. If we are responding to a complaint and the vendor chooses to not have a conversation with the inspector, which, by the way, in many cases they do, if the vendor chooses to walk away or run away, as in the case of this incident back in August, our inspectors will no longer follow or pursue the vendors. So I want to say that one more time. If we have to respond to a complaint, and if the vendor chooses not to cooperate, city staff, the code inspection inspectors will not follow or pursue them anymore. If the vendor abandons their equipment and their food, then we will pick it up. Food and equipment will only be confiscated in that event. Again, some of those complaints we will just forward to the county environmental health department for their follow-up. One other thing we're doing is as we replace our code enforcement vehicles, we will change their emblems and logos and their looks so that they're not mistaken for our police vehicles. I think that's something that often scares people. And finally, we will be training the entire code enforcement division. They will now be getting training each year about de-escalation tactics, something that they have not had in the past. So those are the changes of administrative policy. Again, they become effective this week. And okay, so now I'm going to move on to the third part of the update, which is the inherent conflicts in reality, in the real world, between what the corn vendors have been trying to do for decades and public health regulations here in California, as well as across the country. And I want to make it clear that the environmental health and the food permits, those are in the jurisdiction of the county, not the city. As a municipal government, we do not have the authority over that area, nor do we have the expertise. But of course, we are always happy to and wanting to collaborate with our partners at the county to try to resolve neighborhood and community issues. So there are several areas here. One, of course, is the issue of food safety and public health regulations and standards. Another is the safety of the vendors themselves. Next has to do with complaints, because we do receive complaints. And interestingly enough, sometimes it actually comes from other vendors, the ones who actually have a permit and have a business license. They're complaining about unfair competition, as well as labor issues that some of the vendors have to deal with in terms of who they work for, the folks who actually organize some of the vending businesses. And then, of course, there are also solo practitioners, people who actually do work for themselves. So I'm going to go through a few slides here, and some of them I'm going to tell you people are not going to be happy with. They're unpleasant, but I just want to give a broader context for this, because my understanding, and I've heard from some people in our community, from our staff, and specifically from some of our council members, I'm also aware of this in other parts of California and of the country, what this dilemma has existed for generations, for decades. So here's a story from the city of Chicago, and you can see the headline there, the Pushcart War, and specific to, in the story, to corn vendors. And this is from 1997. Another story more recently from the city of Chicago, but this is from 2000 and also discusses how the city is struggling with specifically the boiled corn vending. So in terms of the safety of the food as well as the safety of the vendors, this is from Las Vegas in 1999, and they specifically talk about how the food is transported in galvanized containers, and I know that's a major no-no in terms of county health regulations. Here's one in Napa, in Northern California. And this story from 2008, and this talks about also the conditions in which the food is prepared and how obviously they do not meet the public health standards in Napa County. Now here's one in Santa Maria, and this one is interesting because it discusses how the ice cream vendors are the people complaining about the corn vendors, but also talks about the risk taken by all the people who do the vending because they are potential victims of assault and robbery and occasionally being hit by cars. Here's something a little bit more recent from 2018 from Pomona. And again, you can see, and this happens again throughout history across the country. A lot of it is here in California, but it's all over the country. You can find these stories all over the country throughout the decades, and people organizing for the rights of the corn vendors. Here's a recent story from last July here in Oxnard. And this was a case where our police department actually arrested a suspect who was robbing the street vendors here in Oxnard. But again, it's a risk that people take. And then finally, there are a couple of stories. This is from Marin County. This is recent. This is from last October. And it's just discussing how the corn vendors there are struggling because business has reduced at the beginning of the and during the pandemic, but really talking about people's efforts to earn a living. Here's another story. This goes back to 2001, and again, it talks about the corn vendors working for other people, often called corn vendor organizers, and discussing the quality of the food preparation, but also what the meager wages that the actual vendors make, because at the end of the day or the week, they're giving money, a large chunk of whatever they bring in to whoever organized those routes and provided those carts. And then here's a final story. This is very recent from last winter, and it just talks about a 72-year-old corn vendor in Chicago who normally works in the summer to save up money to pay for rent in the winter. In this past year, again, due to the pandemic, was having a hard time, but is adamant to continue working to pay his bills. So I share this. I know most people in this community are aware of the history. I share this just to share that this administration truly understands this dilemma. And I personally, and I know my friends at the county are not going to love this, but I eat at these carts almost every chance I get. But that's a risk that I take, knowing that there's not a public health permit provided, and because that runs against state regulations. I also recognize that the people doing this work are working. They are working for a living. They're trying to make ends meet. And I truly respect those efforts. It is a situation where, because of the other businesses we have here, whether they're florists who complain about unfair competition from the flower vendors, or ice cream vendors who have a proper health permit and a proper business license and a proper residential vending permit, complaining about those vendors who don't have any permits. There's an array of concerns, but I understand that for this particular category of food, that again, according to state law, there is no permit for it. So it makes it an impossible situation. And it seems to me that it makes no sense for the city to be chasing down these folks and going after them for not having a business permit when we know it is impossible for them to get a business permit, because you cannot get that unless you have a corresponding health permit, which you cannot get for this particular category of vending. So this is the overall dilemma. So what I want to say is that, again, the county health department, environmental health staff are here if the council has any particular specific questions for them. They have offered to come here at the council at a later time to present their presentation and explanations. They are also prepared to do some additional training in our community to explain the regulations. So if the council wishes for that, I will definitely get that agendized as soon as I can. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to turn it back over, and I see some council members have their hands up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. City Manager. I can't see, let me see who has his hand up. Madrigal? Madrigal? Go
Yes.
ahead.
Yeah, real quickly. I know that we passed something concerning street vendors way back in early, I say November 2018. I was made aware after the meeting by staff that this did not include corn vendors. I was surprised because no one told me during the council meeting, even though I mentioned it, but bygones be bygones. But the city of Los Angeles actually does allow street corn vendors. They passed it November 2018 as well. So I know that the city of Los Angeles does it. You could buy your elote with Takis at any street corner. However, they did state that there's certain streets where you can't go down and sell and be a street vendor. As well, the issue that we're having, it's a long-standing issue. I've eaten corn on the cob or from the eloteros since I can remember, like my whole life. I still continue to do it. And yes, it is at my own risk. But what we're doing here, or whoever is to blame or whatever the issue is, we're still pushing them off to the shadows. If it's the city, if it's the county, we're creating a black market. That's all we're doing. So all this does is lead to some of the other stories that were mentioned. You're going to have people who are going to assault and rob street vendors. And they're going to be afraid to report because technically they're doing an illegal activity. You're going to have this constant issue. In a way, I think it would be easier to find a pathway for them. If not, we're just going to be creating the same issue. And 25 years down the road, whoever is on the city council is going to be facing the same exact issue that I'm sure a previous council faced 25 years ago. So we're just going through this in a very vicious cycle of, yes, we're going to do something and we don't do squat. So I think long term, we need to find a solution. I can't tell the county what to do. That's not my job. But if the city of Los Angeles is able to do something, obviously just the city of Los Angeles alone is bigger than the entire county of Ventura. So there has to be a solution. If not, we're going to be seeing incidents like this every so often they're going to pop up. And, unfortunately, that we're going through the same cycle over and over and over again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council member. Any other council members like to share?
Mr. Mayor, if you
Go
don't,
ahead.
if you don't mind.
Alex, go ahead.
Yes, we have Charles Genkel here from County Environmental Health. I'd like to ask if he can respond to the
Los
issue
Angeles.
Councilmember Madrigal raised with regard to Los Angeles and their corn vendors.
Charles? Mhm. The question is, LA is allowing the vendors, eloteros, can you share some information on that, Charles?
Well, we can't hear you. Can you get a little closer to your mic? No.
No, we can't hear you, Charles.
What I can do is if Graciela is there, she can answer for me.
Can you guys hear me? This is
Yes.
Graciela.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So I want to clarify that no, it is not allowed in LA County or the city of LA. The sidewalk vending bill, which was SB 946, that was signed back in 2018, has a real specific section that says that nothing in that chapter is to affect the applicability of Part 7 of Division 104 of the Health and Safety Code for any of the vendors that sell food. So that sidewalk vending was never intended to take away the requirements for a health permit when the vendor is selling food. So just to clarify that. LA County and the city of LA, they just don't have the resources to take care of the issues, but it is not allowed. It is not with a permit that they're doing this. So just to clarify that point.
Thank you, council member. Okay, any other council members have any other questions? Okay, let me see, Lopez and then Tehran. Councilman
you.
Lopez first, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and our city manager for the information. I appreciate that there was a thorough review of the process and the response and how city staff responds to these situations. So I do want to ask if it is possible for county public health, or I'm sorry, environmental health, to come back at a later time and give a presentation. I think to better explain to the community and the public what is within the law, and that kind of goes to my question, if either Mr. Genkel or Ms. Garcia can answer, if this is specifically state law, and if there is any freedom given or any flexibility given to a county to allow this with the resources to enforce the possibility of allowing corn vendors specifically. So I think for the public, it would be helpful to have a better understanding of what type of street sales or street vending is allowed, so that there's whether it's training or how someone can go through that process to ensure that they're in compliance. Thank you.
Council member, I think that's an excellent idea. Not only the eloteros, but there's other vendors too, the push carts with ice cream and other type of vendors that on the street, and maybe the environmental health from the county can give us later on at another meeting, maybe a presentation on that, and also the training and what it involves in getting the health permit and those items too that are important for the community. Councilmember Tehran, you're next.
Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the presentation, for the update. I'm listening to all this information. I appreciate the county environmental health being here tonight as well to provide a little bit of insight into their jurisdiction on this, and kind of why things are the way they are. One thing that comes to mind when I hear about the next steps the city's planning to take is if it appears that we'll only be making contact with push cart or street vendors who receive actual complaints, I'm just wondering, will there be documentation of that complaint being made so that on both sides of the issue, if it was asked, well, what was the complaint, who made it, can we prove that a complaint was made, that's able to be shown if it needs to be documented. I just want to avoid there being issues from either side of either the person responding to the complaint or the person who's the street vendor, that there's no issue there that maybe a complaint came in, but maybe it did, maybe it didn't. So if there's documentation for that. Besides that, I just want to think about priorities here as well. And when I say priorities, for me with this issue, the priority is that these are human beings, as the city manager had mentioned, who are trying to make a living, who are trying to support themselves or support their families. And us as a city, as an organization, I'm glad that we're taking a step to somehow address this. But I also feel that there's probably more discussion we can have or information we can receive from the county. And it's just there, as Councilmember Madrigal had mentioned, I mean, this is an ongoing issue that's decades and decades, and it's a cycle. And I too have spent my entire life in the city of Oxnard that I've been here, patronizing these vendors, gladly giving them on a tip on top of what the price is for their products, knowing that they're trying to make a living, trying to get by, and that not all of 100% of their money goes to them if they're working kind of under an umbrella of pushcart vendors. So that being said, I too would also like to see this conversation continued and have some information come from the county and see what we can do. I look at this as a first step in another direction, and I'm hoping that we can find something to help all of these people out there who are just trying to make ends meet, and see if we can find something that works amicably for them and our other licensed and permitted vendors. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, I'd like to share a couple of, thank you so much for the.
Yeah, just very quickly,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, a quick answer to Councilmember Turan's question. Yes, the complaints are logged.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. They are logged. Okay, like it was mentioned before, and I'll probably reiterate what was mentioned before. There's a lot of people that are looking for work. Those people are entrepreneurs. They want to work, and so forth. But I think where the county is coming in, because I had the opportunity of working with the county, is that this is not just Oxnard. This happens in the unincorporated area, and what environmental health is looking at is health and safety issues, making sure that the people, this is a health and safety issue. But I think we need to work with them. I think those vendors, once hopefully that we get the county give us more training and more information, that maybe it's a possibility that potentially they can end up getting some permits, health and regulation permits. But I think the most important thing too that we need to, I'm just not going to reiterate everything that was said, but I think the important thing is that our employees, Mr. City Manager, needs to be trained. And you mentioned that train to make sure that don't de-escalate a problem, but de-escalate the problem. I think is extremely important. And I know that I see Chief Benitez there, and that's one of the things that he's working with cultural training, sensitivity training, making sure that those people are trying to make a living. And unfortunately, that's the only way they can find, but that the escalation of a particular issue is extremely important, and that training, I think, needs to occur, Mr. City Manager. And so again, Councilman Perrella.
Sir, you are on mute.
We got to unmute.
Beg your pardon. I apologize, council and public. My fault. I have a couple of questions, some for the health department and some for our city attorney. I'll start with our city attorney. The decision that the city manager is making with respect to being involved and taking action, are we legal in that position?
Being involved and taking action. So
if we don't have a complaint about somebody who's doing something that we know is illegal, but we're not going to take action because there was no complaint, do we stand or put ourselves in any jeopardy?
Well, that's how much of our code enforcement operation works in other types of code violations.
I know that. I'm well aware of that. And Mr. Brooks has informed me in the past that when they're sent, and no pointing out, the Code Enforcement Department has pointed out in the past that when they're sent to an item and they deal with the item, shortly after that, there may be people on the same street raising holy Cain that nothing was taken care of, somebody else doing the same thing, and the rules of the road or policy, or practice, I'm not sure, I think it's a practice, was that we only deal with the complaints, the official complaints. Because we don't have enough people to go around. That's what I'm getting at, Mr. Fisher.
So yes, we have discretion on how we enforce our ordinances.
Okay, so then, thank you very much. So then I'd like to ask the health department some questions here. And I do recall that there was some, in the past, starting, I believe, with the Inter-Neighborhood Council Organization, United Forum, before it was organization, there was a tremendous amount of discussion with respect to mobile and brick and mortar buildings with respect to the taco trucks. And we had environmental health come and make presentations at that organization. And I believe they even addressed the city council. I could be wrong on that, but I think they did address city council. So these are my questions for the environmental health department, either people, and thank you. And I apologize if it was our side that couldn't answer the question or your technical didn't work, but whoever the main person is there, I'd like to get the answer. Food vendors of any type, are they required to have any health certificates with respect to TB tests? Tuberculosis?
Hi, this is Charles Ginkle. Can you hear me okay this time
Yes,
around?
I can.
Very
Yes,
good.
I can.
Thank you, council member, for your question. No, they are not.
They are not. Because recently, I believe it was last year, there were incidents of TB being documented in the Rio School District at the new junior high school and at the gymnasium in River Park. And the information was not shared. And I personally raised Cain about why wasn't it shared as soon as possible. You may recall it, or your superiors may. And I'm wondering, if we don't require a TB test for people that are in the food service industry, what do we require of them as far as health?
Thank you for your question. At this, in Ventura County, we're a little bit different than some other counties like LA County. I currently am deputized under our public health officer, Dr. Levin. And so our primary role here with environmental health is the food safety aspect. So we're in charge of enforcing the regulations throughout the counties and the city areas of Ventura County. At this stage, there's no requirement to have anybody tested. If there's a circumstance where we do get a foodborne illness outbreak, that may warrant a situation where we do go out and require testing to confirm, let's say, the presence of maybe salmonella. The only other thing that's kind of related to a sort of a certification that would be required would be a food safety certification, which goes over food safety requirements and how to prepare food safely, hot holding, cold holding temperatures, sanitation standards. A certification is required under certain circumstances, depending on the type of food vending that you're going to do.
And thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing, especially in this pandemic going on. My hat's off to you. With respect to the food handling, food safety, I do recall that in the past, when it came up about the taco trucks, there's supposed to be hot water and soap available to wash your hands. And you're coming to the meeting tonight, I didn't get out and inspect, but I see no method for people to address hot water and soap that they can take care of themselves. And the reason I asked that question, are there inspections randomly of these facilities that provide other food services besides corn vendors?
Yeah, to answer your question about hand wash sinks or hand washing facilities, depending on the type of food vending that you're doing, it does require a hand wash sink. You may, for example, see a hot dog cart that demands that they require hot and cold running water for them to wash their hands with soap and paper towels. Others, like an ice cream cart that just sells prepackaged food, hand washing would not be required under that circumstance if they're just handling prepackaged food. As far as inspections go, the county is similar to what the city's approach is with these types of vendors. It just really depends on the situation. If it's for example, a farmer's market or community event that we inspect, we we will have inspectors go out to those events, and we will take the time to inspect each and every vendor at that particular event. If they're on the, driving around the street or pushing a cart along the street, they may be subject to random inspections, but primarily with those types of vendors, we're really only responding to those on a complaint basis. If we do see something particularly egregious out in the field, we will address that. So.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Does the environmental health department ever get asked to intervene in these corn vendors with or without the environmental health department license? Because I was mentioned that some have a license, and I'm like, if it's an illegal thing, how did some get a license?
Yeah, if corn vendors, the way they're currently operating as described, or that there is at this stage, they're not permittable. I mean, it's an open food item. They would be required to meet certain standards, which these push carts that are around the city do not meet those standards. So with our staff, we have a really good working relationship with the City of Oxnard Code Compliance. There has been situations where we've organized events where we actually go out and do inspections in response to complaints, and we coordinate with the city officials to ensure that we meet up with these vendors, provide the education, and in some cases enforcement if warranted.
Thank you very much. And the last, and I see Ms. Garcia, it looks like she's anxious to say something. If you have something to add in, please do. Do you have anything to add in?
No, I was just listening to see if I needed to jump in, but he's doing a great job, so.
Okay, that's good. That's good to hear, especially when our health, safety, and welfare is in your guys' hands. Very good to hear. With respect to what we're talking about here, the both of you, do you think that it is worth the city's effort, time, and trouble to put this on an agenda and attempt to get the county to move on this corn vending thing, being that it's open food, or do you see it like a snowball's chance in hell?
Well, I'm not going to answer with snowball chance in hell, but what I will tell you is that it would be worthwhile to see what these requirements are. We would be happy to attend your council meeting, provide some education and background on what the different types of food facilities that are out there and how they can be permitted. We do have an extensive website that goes over the specific requirements, as does LA County and all the other counties throughout the state. Some of the permitting requirements can be a little bit challenging to understand, and some of the nuances here are like, why is there a hot dog cart? Is there an exemption for that? And we can definitely spend some time with your council members and explain that to them. As far as the style and type of food cart vending that is out there right now, it's like any law, that's out there. We would not be able to permit these vendors with how they're operating currently. There's just the sanitation standards aren't there. They're cooking food. A lot of these vendors, I mean, I know some of your council members have indicated they've eaten there before. I was in a situation where I went to San Francisco and smelled some amazing onions and hot dogs on a street corner, but I knew it was an illegal food vendor. We don't know the source of this food. It could be coming from someone's backyard. You don't know the source of the water that they're boiling the hot dog or the corn in. There's just, they're not all food vendors. I should just make this point for the group. All the vendors that are out there legally, they are required to have a relationship with a commissary. So at the end of the day, they do go back to the commissary. They do dispose of their wastewater. They get new water. They clean their equipment. In some cases, they're preparing their food at this commissary. With these hot dog vendors, none of that is happening. It's all coming from an unknown source at this stage. So all these other operators that are out there that are getting a health permit, they are meeting standards. They're paying a permit annually. They're going through the plan check process with our staff, and they're getting an annual inspection. So I'm not going to say there's no chance, but realistically, with how they're currently operating, that they cannot be permitted as is. And I'm not familiar with any corn vendor throughout the state that has a permit for doing what they're doing. And we know that LA County has corn vendors and other street vendors, and a lot of those are doing it illegally as well. And just the city is in a similar situation. They may not have the resources to go out there and address those cases all at once.
Mr. Ginkle and Ms. Garcia, thank you very much. You've been very informative for me. I hope for the rest of the council and some of the public paying attention. This is for the city manager. Mr. City Manager, the issue with the, especially with holiday that we just had, I can tell you that on several occasions, I saw vans drive up early in the morning, drop off people at intersections, off ramps, on ramps of freeways, selling flowers. And it brings to mind stories of Dickens in England and things that go on in India. The poor people that are working the stands are probably not entrepreneurs on their own. They're looking to make some money to pay, to buy food, to put it on their table. That's what it's about. But the same token, we have people that have business licenses that are following the rules, whether it's flowers, newspapers, ice cream. I mean, there are certain people that are following the rules. And it's like, it is no different in my book than if we have rules for what permits and fees are for a developer. And the developer tries to lobby certain council members to get them to drop the fees and permits so they can make money a little easier. There's rules on the road. Health, safety, and welfare is the biggest thing. I will tell you, I have not eaten a corn on the cob off the permit. And I'll tell you, from a young age, I have a sister who's, everybody's got a sister or a brother, went to Mexico and damn near died eating corn on the cob. And I can tell you, she's got a cast iron gut. So I don't think it was not that it didn't work with her gut, but that's just me. But Mr. City Manager, I'd like to know, you have a video and a black BMW tried to challenge one of our code enforcement. What did law enforcement do with that black BMW driver? Because if we have people challenging our code enforcement or police officers or city inspectors, I mean, I don't want them to think, well, we can get away with that because this is like a social good thing. You want to take the risk, they got it the same. You want to do the crime, you pay the fine, do the time. I'd like to know what happened. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Okay. Chief Benitez, can you respond to that last part?
Certainly, Councilmember Perillo, we reviewed what the code compliance inspector had reported to us as having happened prior to what we saw in the video, and we did not see any type of crime that had taken place. We did interview one of the parties, though.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, council members. I want to thank the individuals from the County of Ventura and all the good questions that were asked. But one of the things I think that's important here, this is a health and safety issue. And I would like to have the County of Ventura come and give us some additional information on training and what permits are and what health permits are required, not only for us as council members, but also for the public. Because the public many times believe that we're not treating those individuals properly, or this eloteros, or the push carts, or whatever, or even the taco wagons. But I think that having that information and having the public understand the health and safety issues behind this, I think is important. So I would like to see the county give us an information and training on the health permits and also what is required from the environmental health, because I know that a lot of those health issues come from Dr. Levin, and they also come from the state. So I think it's important that we do have that, Mr. City Manager and council members. So I would like to see that come to before the city council.
Well, we hear that loud and clear from many members, so we will get it agendized. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another council member trying to speak.
Okay, which one? I can't see from here. Oh, Tehran, Councilman Tehran. Unmute.
Thank you. I appreciate the extra time, Mr. Mayor. I know I already spoke, but just very quickly, again, thank you to the staff from the county for being out here. I did hear loud and clear that there are certain limitations and considerations we have to have in the way that the vendors are operating as is. Moving forward, if and when we have a presentation or further discussion with the county and with this elected body, can we have that conversation also be a little solutions oriented, where what would the vendors need to do or have in place in order to become in compliance with health and safety code or permitting practices or whatever it is we need them to do, just even as a hypothetical part of that conversation when we move forward. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you for the extra time.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir. Go on.
Yes, we have the two people from the health department here. Just right off very quickly, if I'm going to open up and try to get a cooked corn stand, what do I need to do to make it equivalent to something else that would be cooked? Apparently the water has to go through a commissary type thing. Have to, where I got the water, where I got the food, the temperature of the food, the heat and cold, what exactly is it?
Thank you for your question. I'm going to go ahead and defer this to my colleague, Graciela. She's been the food safety manager for about a year now, but she's worked in the food program for well over a decade or so. So I'll have her answer the specific requirements on that.
Yes, so the requirements are based on what exactly is happening. So we're looking at the operation of the boiled corn vending. For that type of operation, it's actually required that they be in a enclosed vehicle, kind of like the food trucks, because what's allowed from a cart is really limited. So there's a definition in the Health and Safety Code of limited food preparation, and only within that can you do it from an unenclosed vehicle, so a cart. So, but just to start off with, something super basic, whenever you handle open food, you need hand washing. So you're definitely going to need hand washing. And that's just, to protect the food anytime there's open food. When you have utensils that you're using for the food preparation, you also need a utensil washing sink. So with all that, you need potable water tanks, you need wastewater tanks. You need a way to heat up the water to provide the warm water. So you need a water heater. And obviously you need a power source to, provide power to have the water heater work and all of that. So there's definitely equipment that's necessary for food safety, for personal hygiene of the employee or the person handling the food, and then to keep the food at proper temperatures. So there's, quite a few things that would be necessary. But again, want to really stress that all the requirements are science-based to protect public health. There is a reason for every one of those requirements. Hope that answers the question.
Yes, Ms. Garcia, thank you very much. And Mr. Jenkel again. And Mayor, thank you for letting me ask the question.
Absolutely.
I mean, you guys have been extremely informative. I hope you take it back, and I hope our city manager or the council can get a hold of your department head and give you a compliment for your presentation tonight. In my
And we're
opinion.
definitely always available to provide outreach to the public. That's something that we always stress.
Thank you. And I do appreciate your last comment. Health and science matter. There's a lot of people that don't think so, but science specifically matters. Thank you very much. I'm done, Mayor.
Thank you for all the council members. Good questions. And again, like I said, health and safety is extremely important for all of us, especially for our residents. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you again to the County of Ventura. Okay, our next item is item G, and this is council members, if they have any brief announcements they'd like to share at this time. Okay, Councilman Turan.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor. I was just about to raise my hand. Yes, very quickly, again, I came from the neighborhood council system, and I just wanted to announce, I apologize, I don't have it in front of me right now, but I know this week that we have neighborhood council meetings from the Fremont South Neighborhood Council and the River Park Neighborhood Council. And you can access the weekly packet, which is available through the city. And I hope residents will consider going. There's always great topics that are there, but also opportunities to interface with city staff or whoever the presenters are for that particular meeting. So I know those two for sure are coming up this week, and I believe Cal Giesler is coming up as well. So I just wanted to share that. And again, I hope members of the public will take advantage of this this opportunity we have within our neighborhoods to interface with the city and with our fellow neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members like to share any brief announcements? Councilman Lopez, you're muted. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I believe Councilmember Madrigal and Perello have also had their hands raised. I just want to mention that. Very quickly, there is a Cal Giesler neighborhood council meeting tomorrow that I look forward to attending. And then last week, both Councilmember Perello and I attended the Ventura County Airport Authority meeting, and there have been discussions about a master plan study that is happening for both the Camarillo and Oxnard airports. And I think it would be really important for our city residents to engage in that process. And there are some virtual workshops that are being planned later this year. In May, I believe, is the tentative time that has been mentioned. So just want to put that out there on the radar for everyone that is coming, and really encourage everyone to participate about what Oxnard Airport is, and what it can do in the future, the potential that it has, and what our residents want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madrigal and then Perello. Oscar?
Thank you. I want to start off by saying I spent the majority of my day attending a funeral. This was an individual who lived in the Lemonwood neighborhood for 40 plus years. I want to thank everyone in the neighborhood who reached out to my aunt for the passing of my uncle. His funeral services were today. He passed about a month ago. So I want to thank everyone in the neighborhood who reached out. He was a great man. You could just see that outpouring of support that my aunt received over the last few weeks. And in general, it was great. He always gave me advice, built a relationship. He opened his home to me and my family. He's probably spent 26 years of our life probably at their house more than our house. And for that, I want to thank him and his family. I also attended a Colonial neighborhood meeting. Meeting went well. I want to thank everyone who went out and attended the meeting. It was well attended. There were many issues that were faced. I want to thank the youth, not only for mentioning some of the issues in the neighborhood, but to clarify with some of the adults that were at the meeting. The youth in La Colonia has always been the backbone of the neighborhood. They're the ones who always push and are actually the leaders of the community. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here right now. So I know that, way back when, they've always helped me out for campaigns and so forth. And my eternal gratitude to them. Like I've said before, the youth of La Colonia has always been the backbone of the neighborhood. And it's kind of sad that some of the adults are barely seeing it right now. Continuing, there are, some of the other council members have mentioned, there are 5 neighborhood meetings in the next 8 days. So please make sure, if that is your neighborhood, please make sure you attend. Fremont South, Fremont North, River Park, Cal Giesler, and Kamala. So please go out and attend your neighborhood meetings. And lastly, what was I say? Forgot one thing, I guess. I'm getting old, so I forgot. So thank you very much, and appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Perello.
My sympathies to you and your family, Mr. Councilman Madrigal. Your aunt and uncle have got to be pretty proud of you where you've come, what you've been able to accomplish. Councilmember Lopez is absolutely right. We attended the Airport Authority. Mayor used to sit on it as a supervisor. Currently, former council member Lopez sits on it. And with respect to that, there is an issue coming up of one public meeting. She is absolutely right. They've had a couple of outreach meetings, but there will be a last opportunity for input, because one of the things that is happening, they're going to shut down the runway at the Oxnard Airport for total reconstruction. It will be shut for X numbers of months, how long it takes. And weather permitting, it'll be done as quickly as possible. And then there will be, operations will continue. The helicopters, I'm led to believe the helicopters will be the only thing operating out of that airport. for that duration. One of the issues that I'd asked for at that meeting, and the management of the airport authority has agreed to, that all the letters that I'm getting, and you also council members may be getting, of people concerned about the noise and the continuous flybys and the continuous overflights of certain specific neighborhoods, ongoing, one after another, oftentimes the same airplane, they be forwarded to all the members of the Oxnard Airport Authority Board. And one other thing that I did speak with Councilman Ramirez, it came as a surprise. We have a Camarillo and an Oxnard Airport Authority. And the Camarillo and Oxnard Airport Authority are composed of the two supervisors that represent Camarillo, the city, and the city of Oxnard, the big ones. So it'll be Ramirez and Kelly Long. And they have the mayors, and then they have a council member. And then they have two members of the public. And they have the two members of the public, there is one member, and then there's an alternate. I had always been under the assumption that the members of the public representing the Oxnard Airport Authority had to be residents in Oxnard. I was surprised to find out that was not a requirement. There may be some activity to try to get that rectified. In my opinion, it should be rectified. And as far as things going on, in my personal opinion, as one council member, I had the opportunity, and I want to thank the mayor for giving me the invitation to attend a meeting where a proposal was made for something with the Mandalay Power Plant. And I spoke rather strongly of my views, and I personally believe that if we are going to do anything with our coast, our limited coast, our very limited coast within the city limits of Oxnard, that it should be the biggest interest and the best interest for all the residents in Oxnard, not, as I would say, a fly-by-night, let's get rich quick plan. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you
And again,
so much.
Mr. Maxwell, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much. Any other council members? Okay, Council Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, my condolences to the Madrigal family. For the past few weeks, I've been working on a few things that I kind of want to mention here. First of all, I want to thank the mayor and council member Lopez. We have been working diligently with trying to get a cleanup done at Ormond Beach. And I want to thank Environmental Resources along with our city manager. And it appears that's going to be a go sometime in the near future. So more information to follow on that. And the second thing is also, I have been asked by Council Member Misty Perez with the city of Port Hueneme to, in a collaborative effort, to join with the Port Hueneme PD and the Oxnard PD in a campaign effort to bring awareness to mental health and suicide prevention. And this is a campaign that is really dear and near to her heart. She is actually trying to get all the other agencies in our county involved. From my understanding, the Ventura PD has already signed on to assist. And I've spoken to Chief Benitez, and with his permission and his support, hopefully we're going to do this together this year. And I am really looking forward to bringing this campaign to the city of not only Oxnard, but the whole county. Mental health and suicide prevention, especially right now with COVID, we are seeing just so much of it. And bringing this campaign to, and especially for our families, is really, really important. So more information to follow on that. Want to thank the chief for his willingness to do this, and looking forward to getting this done. Thank you.
Council Basua, I think that's extremely important. We have access to behavioral health through the county of Ventura, and we can probably work with them on that mental health issue, which is extremely, extremely important. And the other issue that you mentioned, we had a good relationship, a good talk with Mayor Gama regarding our relationship with the city of Hueneme. And I want to thank the city manager, because both of us got together and spoke about how we can work together with the city of Hueneme, more in a partnership, and not only those issues, but also the cleanup over at the beach, which is working out pretty good. So thank you for that report. I also want to share, in my part that we had a neighborhood meeting with Colonia with Oscar Madrigal and talking about the infrastructure, talking about replacing a lot of pipes that have been 60 some years old, and also we're going to repave a lot of streets in Colonia, and there's a lot of green alleys that we're working on, and we had a very, very good neighborhood meeting. In fact, Mr. Lopez, I think is right, Ramon Lopez, he kind of shared that we probably had one of the biggest neighborhood meetings in a long time. So I want to thank Oscar, and also Public Works and our engineers of all the good work they're doing there in the Colonia area. And also, I just want to remind people, because as Oscar mentioned, my condolences, we lost some family members. I still have my brother still that has COVID. He's now in rehab. He's been in the hospital since Thanksgiving, which is really horrible. And also I have another brother that the whole family ended up with COVID. And fortunately, that they're doing okay. One of my nephews ended up in the hospital. He's only 30 years old, because we talk about older people, but younger people are picking it up too. So I got to remind people to wear your mask, wash your hands, don't gather, make sure that that you follow all the rules so we can really, really get rid of this COVID, so we can bring our kids back to school, bring our businesses back, and also hopefully that soon that maybe all of us can sit here in the dais. But again, thank you so much for the opportunity to share. Okay. Any other council members? We're okay. Okay, our next item is the review of the consent agenda item, and I don't have any speakers here, but we have items 1 through 9, but the city manager wants to change item 8 or make some amendments to item 8.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For item 8, in the report, we are asking council to approve of 7 agreements. Unfortunately, only 3 of those are ready. So for tonight, I'm going to ask if we delete 4 of them. We will bring them back at the next council meeting in March. But let me tell you, the ones we want and seek approval tonight are for numbers 2, 3, and 5. And so I'll read into the record for number 2. The agreement is number A-8248 with MV Engineering. Number 3 is agreement number A-8285 with GHD. That's the name of the firm. And then number 5, agreement number A-8287 with Kennedy Jenks Consultants. The 4 other ones in that report, we will delete those for tonight and bring them back at a future council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Any questions?
May I ask a question, Mayor? Yes,
sir.
those agreements, they came to the Public Works Committee. Will they have to go back to the Public Works Committee?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
But back to the council for sure.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you have your.
I just gonna make a comment. I think the number for the first agreement was 8284, not 8248. Just a minor technicality.
Thank
2, 3,
you.
and 5. Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I would move the motion as amended and recommend
Okay.
approval of info consent.
For all 9, okay, and second with Perello, or you have a question, Perello? You're muted.
I beg your pardon. If we're approving the whole enchilada info consent, I got questions on number 5. I thought we were just approving the recommendation from the city manager on item number 8 here.
Okay, let's
Can I
talk.
get a
It was
clarification?
for the whole item, but I'd be happy to hear your comments. I
Let's talk
apologize
about
for
5.
jumping ahead of you.
Go ahead on 5.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, on number 5, I'm grateful to see what this is involved and in the involvement of our lobbyists with respect to pinpointing and focusing on what we're going to be lobbying for. And the 4 of the big ones: the Mandalay Bay seawall structure retrofit, the data center for the disaster recovery area, the arterial street cast iron pipe and asbestos pipe replacement, and the last one, the 45-inch diameter water transmission main replacement project. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45-inch pipeline comes underneath the Ventura Freeway. And it's the one source for the majority of the water that we get, comes from the state. If something goes wrong with that pipeline, you can imagine what we are. That needs to be in place. The pipeline has age on it. It's not an imminent disaster of failing, but I'm very appreciative that we're focusing on what we're going to go after when we're asking, instead of just going in with a shopping cart and take whatever we can get. We want to focus, and I want to compliment the management of the city for focusing that. Those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
I'm sorry, but
Hold on, Mr. Tron. Go ahead, Mr.
yes,
City Manager.
Councilmember Perello, I want to clarify. I believe the items that you highlighted were actually items from prior years. So for this year, because of the general workflow with lobbyists for cities, both in Sacramento and in Washington, in my experience, I believe that it's better to keep a short list as a starting point so that we are forced to focus. Having a very, very long laundry list only leads to them chasing many, many trails and not delivering. So particularly for this year, given again what's happened with the pandemic and the should I say the lack of focus on a range of issues in Washington, we are actually focusing just for this year as a starting point, not that anything else is off the table. At the federal level, we are focusing on trying to finalize the remediation at the Helico EPA Superfund site, as well as pursuing efforts to finalize the levy system here in the city. And then so that's in Washington. Those are the two items we want to focus on. And then in Sacramento, we want to focus on changing the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency, the composition of the board so that the city of Oxnard can have a full seat representing us, given the size of our population, as well as efforts for maintaining or clawing back local governance control. As we all know, there are lots of issues out there where individuals and agencies and organizations or the state government has interfered with our ability to dictate our own future. So those are the areas we're suggesting for 2021. Again, it's a floor, not a ceiling. If other things arise, we can certainly pursue them, but I just want to focus this year and hopefully make some tangible progress in those 4 areas. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. I apparently misspoke. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, right now in the Fox Canyon, the city of Camarillo is one of the representatives, and of course in the county and then United and so forth. So I was thinking of adding another person or replacing
right now, what we'd hope is just to add a seat specifically to represent the city of Oxnard because we have the largest population.
Yes, that would make 6 members. I wonder if maybe 7 members might be more appropriate.
Well, we're hoping, right. We'll see if we get any traction in Sacramento to even take it up.
With the legislation.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Perello. Any other questions on this item? If not, we had a motion by Mayor Pro Tem to approve. Oh, I'm sorry. Tehran, Councilman Tehran.
Thank you. I just had a quick question about item J6 regarding the library catalog going to a cloud-based system. And this may seem like a fairly routine item, but I would just like to ask a really quick question about it. If Mr. Harrison is here to respond to it, in a nutshell, the catalog for our library system for our 3 branches, as I understand it, houses all of the information about what's on the shelves, what's checked out. If you go to the library and you type in an author or a title, it tells you, here's where it's located in this section on this shelf and how you can find it, or it's checked out. And that's an incredibly important system for the functioning of our library and the other functionalities that system has. It's the backbone of our library. And the question I want to ask is, I see in the report, it says that we're looking at a 5-year agreement for the cloud-based services to enhance and add more reliability for that backbone, that system, using Measure O for the next 5 years. And my question is, with Measure N coming into play and with that having a question mark on it as it moves forward and possibly goes to the courts. If Measure N stands, and if we have to divert Measure O funding or other general fund funding away from things that are dedicated to Measure O right now, like the backbone of our library system, and send it to roads, what is the contingency? Do we have another option for this? Because I know we could look at Measure E, but Measure E is also going to go toward roads if Measure N stands and all that funding goes towards that. So that's my question for Mr. Harrison, if he's able to answer, what is our backup plan if this stands for our library system?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Turan, Council, what we would look at doing if we weren't able to move it into Measure E, what we would do is we would look at the whole Culture and Community Services budget and look to see if we can refine things and use money there within savings, if we could generate savings to replace it. If we weren't able to do that, what we would do is we would bring a recommendation to council and look for their priorities and seeing what we need to cut in replace of that.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Perrella, you're muted.
Is Mr. Turan finished?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I want to thank Mr. Turan for asking the question, because just since the last election and when these new measures have been put in, where we don't have presentations before the council meeting, where we can't meet before a certain time, where there's going to be Measure O going away, the public that is paying attention is getting to see just what they voted for and possibly realize I didn't vote for that, because the issue that we're being asked is a normal housekeeping thing to help our library, to help the residents of the city, to make us more efficient and possibly less costly to operate the library. These systems help efficiencies, but when we don't have the money, you can't do it. And the way things are going, there has to be the go looking forward. And as Mr. Harrison put it out very plainly, we'll have to look what else we can do. And in the process of looking at what else we can do, ladies and gentlemen, if the funds dry up and we have higher priorities than that, there will be loss of services. And usually loss of services means jobs. I don't want to be a doomsayer here, but ladies and gentlemen, the people that voted for this, I doubt they understood how draconian some of these measures were. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me say that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Thank you. Again, we had a motion by Mayor Pro Tem for items 1 through 9 with the recommendations that the city manager made on item 8, which is to approve 2, 3, and 5.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got second Perrello. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. That's approved. Our next item is item K, and this is a city treasurer report, quarterly investment report for the period ending December 31, 2020. What's that? We're okay? And the recommendation of the city council receive and file the quarterly investment report. And again, this was under Measure M as a pre-recorded presentation. So does any city council member have any questions regarding this item? Perrello, Councilman Perrello? You're muted, muted.
How much cash do we have on hand?
Mr. Molina, Ms. Molina? Okay, do we have Mr. Molina?
Mr. Molina, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. We do have a question from Councilmember Perrello.
Councilman Perillo, you asked how much cash do we have?
Yes, I'm asking basically how much cash do we have that is not invested currently, that's sitting?
As of December 31st, you had, you know, and it's in the PowerPoint and it's also in the agenda. You had, excluding the CDC, $119,372,518. And I should say that includes the CDC. So when we exclude the CDC, you had $117,575,431. Now, since December, my staff is a little, well, I don't have a staff. The city staff who inputs the information into the system is a little upset because I've invested approximately $30 million over the last month, and I plan to invest another $30 to $50 million in February. And the reason, remember, that we were holding cash was because we were hoping that the overnight Fed funds rate hammer would be taken off, which would allow the Fed fund rate to go beyond the 0.0025 interest rate that the previous president had ordered. Recent economists are saying, and the Fed fund chairman has said, that she feels that unless or until the unemployment rate gets below 14, I think it's 14.6%, they want to keep the Fed funds rate low so that businesses can and the government can lend money and borrow money to try to get a jump start. And so because of that, and because the economists are saying that to get from 14.3 or 6% unemployment down to less than 5%, which they feel is the norm, even if everything were moving quickly, it would take 2 to 3 years for that to happen. And I don't want to be sitting on cash for that period of time. So we're investing it. We're not getting a lot of money, as you can tell from the report, but at least we'll be getting some money. I hope that answers your question, Councilman Perillo.
I believe it did, but I'd like some clarification here. You mentioned that we have 17, you know, when you move, the night starts with 19, then it went to 17 and you're going to invest 30 and you're going to invest 50. And the most that we could get in overnight is 0.0025. So wherever we have this cash, are we generating anything in the form of income for the residents in the city of Oxnard?
Yes, we are generating a modicum of earnings, but we are generating, and if you look at the report again, you would have seen that for the month of December, we generated $85,276. That's just for 1 month. So for the 3-month period of time, I think it came out to close to $250,000, $1 million worth, actually a little bit more than that. So we're still generating money, but that's because we have a substantial portfolio to invest in. And I've had some investment brokers want to take over our investments because of its size, but the cost to do that would be substantial, and they would put us on a higher risk level. So at the moment, I'm handling those investments on my own.
I just have another follow-up question. You mentioned the overnight rate is 0.0025, and you were hoping the overnight rate would go up. Are we currently invested in the overnight rate?
No, actually, we're invested in the GSE, the government sponsored.
What is the, beg your pardon?
Sponsored enterprises, Federal Home Loan Bank, Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, those kinds of instruments that are sponsored by the federal government, and they're generating 2 to 3 times higher than the Fed funds rate. But it's like an accordion. When the Fed funds rate comes up, so do the GSE rates, and they'll be higher. If the Fed funds rate go down, it'll bring the GSE rates down. So we're making more than the 0.0025. In fact, I think our average earnings was 0.64 or 0.0064. So you can see we're making substantially more than the Fed funds rate. But I use the Fed funds rate as a gauge, as an indicator of what we can expect in the market.
Okay, I appreciate that, and maybe I'm missing it, and I'll take one last shot at it. We are holding the cash, but we have it invested, and it's in Fed funds, Fannie Mae. Are those specific time duration where there's a penalty if we pull out early?
We're trying to do the latter effect. Remember, we're 1 year.
Correct, and I think that's wise. I think that's wise on your part to do that. As you explained it, I think it's smart.
And I appreciate that. And yeah, I think you probably heard it before from some of your investment advisors as well. Our problem is right now, our 2024 year period has virtually nothing. And so we have to build that up, as well as a 2023 and 2021. We are at, when you get the next month's report, you will see that the 2025 year amount has increased substantially. And quite frankly, that's because obviously that's where the highest rates are. Now, I'll reminisce with you a story that happened in another city. I was able to get a 10% interest rate on a GSE. This was a few years ago, but the council had to allow me 1 more year instead of the 5-year limit to let me go for 6 years. They chose not to, and unfortunately we lost. And I say this because if I should come across a secured investment that exceeds the 5-year limit that's set by state law and that you've agreed in our investment policy, I will come to you and I will ask for authority to exceed that time period. And I better have a good explanation why in order to get you to allow me to exceed 5 year. But right now, the maximum that I can invest in is a 5-year period of time or anything shorter than that.
I appreciate that. And I really appreciate you being very candid and saying, you better have a good explanation because it's going to be on the heads of all the council members. It's not just going to be on your head if they give direction to exceed that. But back to this last part, you're going to invest 30 million and then you're going to invest 50. That 30 million that we're going to invest, is that coming in some sort of a certificate or something that is going to come due, meaning pay us and now you have the money free, or are we going to have to pull it out of an account, or are we going to have to pay a penalty for pulling it out early for the investment that you've mentioned that you're going to put in February?
And that's an excellent question. There would be penalties if we were to require to liquidate an investment that we have. But that's why I've decided to maximize the amount that we can put into our local agency investment fund, which is LAIF. Remember, LAIF has the ability to pull cash out overnight.
And just let me LAIF is what the county does. Mr. Hentz, you and I had met with Mr. Hentz, correct?
Yes, well, actually, the county has their own investment program. LAIF is what the state of California does. And
okay,
so we have money,
correct.
But that's the exact, it's a good example. With regards to the state, I feel a little bit more secure, but don't tell Judge Hines this because we've got a lot of people involved in the state and the security is backed by the state. Because we have our maximum of $75 million in LAIF, and that's where we would want to use that cash if we had a cash need and there was insufficient cash in the bank. I would be pulling down cash from LAIF to cover that because it's designed for that purpose. But our long-term 2, 3, 4, and 5-year investments, we would do everything we could to keep those till maturity. What we're finding out in the market today is that we want to keep these investments to maturity, but the government agencies want to call them early. And that's because obviously the rates when they sold it to us 3, 4 years ago are higher than the rates are today. So they want to call the high interest rate instruments back and reissue them at a lower interest rate. And so we're playing kind of a tumbleweed, moving after the market and trying to make sure that our interest rates remain above the average as it continues to decline for the moment.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Molina.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Molina, I have a quick question. As you mentioned in your report that you have short-term earnings, and the short-term earnings are, you do that to be ready for upswing start of the market. what amount is a short term? What do you call a short term? And also you mentioned that because if you buy short term, then you'll be ready in case we have a recession to come up with funds to take care of at the end of a recession period. So what is the short term amount?
And thank you, John. Mr. Mayor, that's a very good question. I think it piggybacks off the question that we were just answering. Short term is the LAIF rates. When we have money in LAIF, they're invested from the state on a 186-day period, but we have the ability to pull that money out overnight. And so we have a rate that I think for the moment is 0.0041 that LAIF is giving us, and you can see it's twice the amount of the overnight rate. So at least we're earning that amount, and that's our short-term amount. If the market were to improve and we were to maintain the amount of liquidity we have in terms of the cash assets, then at that point, I might want to diminish the amount that we have in LAIF and start putting it into the market. For example, if and when it gets back up to 10% earnings, we may want to chase the market and earn that higher interest rate by moving it out of LAIF and putting it into the longer term. So it depends upon the market. We try to keep abreast of the market every day.
And thank you for that, because I used to belong to the finance committee with Judge Hintz in the county. Is basically that's what he does. He keeps X amount of dollars for an upswing, and if we get caught in a recession, you pull the money out and put it back in whenever the recession eases to some degree. So
he is a pretty smart man. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Any questions from any other individuals? If not, this is just a receive and file. So we're okay with that. We don't have to vote on that. Oh, okay. Do we need to vote on that, Madam Clerk? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Molina.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Our next item is the fire department, and this is authorize of a 6th grant application from Federal Emergency Management, FEMA, to assist the firefighters grant, AFG, for $2.8 million for the purpose of purchasing an aerial apparatus ladder truck, gym equipment, and wellness training, paramedic certification, medic monitoring, automated external defibrillators, AED, tactical emergency medical, TEMSs, and training equipment and handheld radios. And this again is a pre-recorded presentation. And if any council members have any questions at this time.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment if I may.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, thank you for bringing this forward. And I think I'm a big believer in any time we can seek grants out of FEMA, we should be doing so, even if there is a match. It's a good investment. I was happy to see the minimal discussion on TEMS. This is something that we've not done before, but I think we should have done it a long time ago. And I'm glad to see that come forward. I think that will have, unfortunately, we've never had an incident where TEMS would have made a difference, or at least not that I can remember within the immediate past, but I'm glad you included that in there. I'm glad that it's on the tabletop, and I think it's well worth it. So I would support this.
Okay, any additional questions, council members? Councilmember Turan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chief Hamilton, for bringing this forward. I looked at the presentation and through the staff report. I have a couple of questions. The first one being, it's not listed directly in the staff report of the 10% matching amount that the city would be obligated to if we were awarded these grants. Where would the matching amount of $254,000 be coming from? Which fund would that be projected to come from? Then I have a couple follow-up questions in regards to some of the specific applications. And in my reading of it, I believe the ladder truck, the paramedic certification, and the AEDs are pretty self-explanatory. For the benefit of the public, and I'm hoping that maybe we can elaborate on the other 3 grants, the 3 applications, which would be the gym equipment and wellness training, the tactical EMS, which I know our Mayor Pro Tem just touched on, and the handheld radios. Just for the benefit of the public, and I know only 36 people from last I checked had seen the video that you did thus far. Can you explain those three and what the intention is behind them, as well as the first question of where the funding would come from for the matching amount?
Absolutely. Councilmember Turan, thank you for the questions. I think they're great questions. And before I start, congratulations on your appointment to council. A very worthy addition. So to answer your questions, I believe the finance department's intent is to allocate the matching funds from the general fund in the regular budget process for next fiscal year. And so, although the total amount of match is just over $250,000, that would be if we won every one of those applications, which would be a huge win for us. And so hopefully we have that. That would be a good problem to have.
Staff report. I have a couple of questions. The first one being,
we're having a problem here with okay.
Can I continue there?
Please do. Please do.
Thank you. And then for the other questions that you had, Councilmember Turan, so the exercise equipment and the physical fitness training. So that is a part of the Oxnard Fire Department has been very fortunate to be a part of a wellness fitness initiative for close to 20 years now. One of the biggest killers of firefighters on the actual fire ground is heart attacks. And so having good cardiac health is incredibly important for our firefighters. So like I mentioned, almost 20 years ago, we initiated the Wellness Fitness Initiative. And so all of Oxnard fire stations are outfitted with a basic set of gym equipment and workout equipment. And so what this grant would do is to replace some of that originally purchased equipment. So the majority of our treadmills and weights and those kinds of things are now close to 20 years old. And so the maintenance of those items is getting more and more expensive. The other part about that application is to actually train our own personnel as peer fitness trainers. And so they can provide additional support to our personnel in terms of proper form when working out and also different workouts that they can accomplish. And it kind of somewhat mirrors the behavioral health program that we've had, where we have peer support personnel in the department that can help our personnel at the station level. So we really think that program is going to help our personnel tremendously to stay fit and stay motivated. The second item that you mentioned was the tactical EMS program. And so about 3 years ago, myself and Commander Williams from Oxnard Police Department actually developed a tactical EMS program for Oxnard. What that involves is having Oxnard fire personnel actually embedded with the SWAT team. So they are right there on the scene. If there were any significant injuries, our personnel could immediately start emergency medical treatment. As Mayor Pro Tem McDonald mentioned, we haven't had any significant events since we established that program, but our TEMS operators, as they are known, our tactical EMS operators, have actually done a lot of additional work they often help, or in the past, they've helped SWAT members that may have had minor injuries. They've actually helped the canine, OPD canine animals when they've had injuries, and they've even helped suspects who may have been injured in the process of being taken into custody. And so those TEMS operators also provide additional training to all of our rank and file personnel when it comes to treating trauma injuries. So things like wound packing and tourniquet applications and those kinds of things. So that the request for the TEMS program is to add additional tactical EMS operators. The last grant application that Councilmember Turan wanted me to touch on was our handheld radios. The handheld radio application. So we're actually applying to purchase all band radios. And so without getting too technical, although I cannot get too technical on this subject because I always get a little bit bewildered. But essentially, right now, the radios that we have are VHF radios. And so they're very limited in where we can use them. And that's created issues for us in the past. So we want to move to all band radios, meaning that it not only can send and receive messages on a VHF system, but also a UHF system or a 700 megahertz or 800 megahertz radio frequencies. And if I just take a brief moment, recently on the Woolsey fire that we had a couple of years ago, LA County Fire Department actually functions on a UHF communication system. For any of those big statewide incidents, wildfire incidents, the state has a VHS system throughout the state that is normally used on wildland incidents. However, in the Woolsey fire and some of the canyons that our personnel were placed in, there was plenty of dead spots where our VHF radios simply couldn't communicate, which is obviously incredibly dangerous. And so having an all band radio, all of the LA County personnel that we were fighting fire with and beside on the Woolsey fire, they ended up switching back to their own UHF system. So these all band radios will really increase our capability to respond to incidents in other jurisdictions and obviously increase firefighter safety, which is why we thought it was so important. So hopefully that answers your questions, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, thank you very much for the response. Sorry about that, Mayor. Just very quickly, I appreciate it, especially the part about the gym equipment and wellness training. I just hope that there's not a misperception that we're purchasing gym equipment so that our firefighters can have fun and get healthy and work out. You know, this is part of their job. Part of their job is to be healthy and have ability to do the demanding things that this career has of them. And I mean, I don't know how many pounds of gear that they have to carry when they go on a call or they have to go upstairs or whatever the situation is. But I know I couldn't do it, and I am in no shape to do even a tenth of what maybe many of them do. So I appreciate that, and as well as the personal training, which will avoid injury for our firefighters, it sounds like, as well as not have us have to pay for a personal trainer to help them to make sure that they're doing these exercises correctly. So thank you again for the responses. I appreciate the time on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Perella.
I appreciate the chief's back and forth dialogue with Councilman Turan, but memory serves me right. We recently purchased a bunch of radios because there were dead spots within the city limits of Oxnard that we were told that they needed to. And I thought that we purchased all new radios. Is the life expectancy so short that it's time to do new ones, or there's a new methodology for buying the radios now? And the second part is the exercise equipment. Yes, for the general public, when they find out, and it's easy to find out if you make the request, when there have been claims because of health issues, public safety, and workers' comp for things that have happened, you have to weigh one versus the other. And I'd rather have the exercise equipment than have to make the claims and impact drastically an individual's life. But can you answer the questions about the radios, please, Chief?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councilman Perella. And you are correct. We have recently purchased radios. Radios and communication equipment are a big source of frustration for me because the requirements and the technology are constantly changing. The radios that we purchased recently were narrow banded radios, meaning they work in a much smaller band of the radio spectrum. That was a requirement of the federal government. At the time that we purchased those radios, all band radios were prohibitively expensive, over $10,000 per unit. And at the time we didn't feel that it was necessary to purchase those radios. Now that the price has come down, and then we are increasingly running into issues where we cannot operate in neighboring jurisdictions, that has necessitated the need to look at purchasing new radios. We do have a little bit of time, and we're certainly not doing away with the radios that we have. They still function very, very well for our everyday uses and on the vast majority of wildland incidents. But on those instances where we are in those neighboring jurisdictions, we do need the ability to communicate with those jurisdictions' dispatchers. The other thing that, and we don't have a timeline yet, but Ventura County Fire Department, who runs our dispatch system, they are working towards moving to a 700 megahertz system. So moving away from a VHF system. We don't have a clear timeline of when that switch is going to be made, but that change is coming. And so part of this grant application is sort of looking to the future as to what our future needs will be, and ultimately getting a radio with only paying for a 10% match is obviously a great deal.
It's very smart. And thank you. Seriously, thank you very much for the explanation. Thank you. That's all my question, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. I am, first of all, Chief, thank you so much. I support this. I think it's really important. You talk about training, and you talk about the medic training, the new ladder, that's truck that's 20 years old, and I think it's extremely important. The new radios, you just talk about that. The question I had, the defibrillators, you said you're going to buy brand new ones. And the question is that potentially that maybe the old ones could be used in the city facilities. You know, are you going to be training our personnel, non-firefighters, how to use a defibrillator? Because I remember in the county, they had them all over in different facilities. Will you provide the training for our employees, non-firefighters, if you place them in different facilities in the city?
Absolutely. Our intent is to evaluate each one of the old defibrillators to make sure that they're worthy of continued use. Some of them are getting a little bit old, but absolutely we would be able to provide training and place them in strategic locations in city buildings around the city. One of the great things about those automatic external defibrillators, or AEDs, is that we like to refer to them as firefighter proof, or maybe another way to put that is idiot proof, in that it's a pretty straightforward design, and there's pictures inside the case when you open it, and it will tell you whether or not that person needs their cardiac rhythm shocked. And so they need very little training for the public to use. The other part about that grant application is actually more paramedic monitors. That's a much more advanced piece of equipment, but we'll be able to serve our residents better by having one of those on every unit, and also better evaluate our firefighters after a fire to make sure they don't have carbon monoxide in their system and other things like that.
And those units are lifesavers, you know, and I think once we get them, it's important that we share with the public and the residents and our staff and our employees how they work, you know, and how they save lives. And if you have one of those and somebody has a heart attack or whatever, you know, they're right there to bring you back, you know, so.
Absolutely.
And also the other question I ask is, and you mentioned that this is really kind of particular, the way we have a 15% match, and the way they compute, you say 0.10 and 0.5 give us a better rate than a 10%. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the example I put in the presentation was actually for a 15% match, but for a jurisdiction of our size, it's actually a 10% match. But you are correct, the way the federal government chooses to do their math, it actually ends up being closer to sort of an 8% match, I believe, the way it works out. But that's why I wanted to make sure I addressed that in the presentation, because it seems a bit counterintuitive. And every year when we do these grant applications, I have to go back and look at that cost share calculator to make sure I got it right.
And Chief, we're talking a tremendous amount of millions of dollars, but our share is 254,000, which is really outstanding, you know, for all that equipment, you know, that for training, for safety of our firefighters, for safety of the community, for the high-rise, that ladder truck, you know, we have, what is it, how many stories out there at the Tower Club, you know, and we need that. I think you go up to what, the 7th floor or something, or if that.
Yes, you are correct. And particularly for those mid-rise construction that's going on currently in the North End in the Wagon Wheel project, and even some of the construction that's happened in River Park, having that aerial ladder truck capability is crucial to aggressively fight fire and protect our residents.
So I want to thank you for the presentation. I support this item. Perello, do you have another question?
Yes, this has opened up a can of questions, and I'd like to ask, Mayor, if I can. I appreciate the opportunity if I can ask.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
As the mayor mentioned, the ladder truck will go up 7 stories. Do they make a ladder truck that'll go to the top of the Esplanade building?
In Europe, they do have some ladder trucks that can go significantly higher. In America, I don't believe there is an aerial that goes over 125 feet. The aerials that we have are 100-foot aerials, but because of the angle that you can't really climb a ladder that's directly vertical. So we like to have the ladder at a 70% incline, which is why it gets up to around 7 stories. A building like the Tower Club, though, they have great fire protection systems. We train in fighting fire in those buildings, and so we would use the ladder truck if it was needed, but most of the time, fires in buildings like the Tower Club would involve a lot of manual labor and a lot of climbing.
Again, and the reason I asked, I don't want the public to think that we're shortchanging them, not buying a truck that's going to go to the top of the building.
Yeah.
So okay. So the second part is, I will give you a name off camera, and I'd like you to talk to them, because apparently the defibrillators, there have been instances, and this person has direct contact with one. They're extremely hairy-chested individuals, and extremely, and the defibrillators don't work. Do they have something with defibrillators to handle that? Because they tried multiple times and it didn't work. It couldn't make the skin contact. Do we have something with that? And I never thought I was going to ask this, but when it came up, I thought here's a perfect time to ask it and get it on the record.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. That is one of the issues when using a defibrillator, in the same way when you pull somebody out of a swimming pool and you need to use a defibrillator, you need to get them away from pools of water, because obviously the electricity can transmit. For people that have a particularly hairy chest, we actually carry razors, and essentially we just shave the hair off before we apply the pads.
Okay, because the individual that brought to my attention, their family member, there was no razors, and the paramedics explained to her why it didn't work, because there was a lack of razors. It was not in the city. Okay, the last question, I should have thought of it before. If the county is going to go to a different type of radio system and we need to be prepared for it, is there a possibility that the county could help us out with the cost of this?
I don't think we've got that far in the conversation. I don't believe so, is the short answer. But we would work with them so that we have some time to implement any changes. And thankfully, the cost of those technologies are starting to come down.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the back and forth on this. Thank you very much. And that's all, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for letting me ask more questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. City Manager, you have Alex?
Yes, this has been the longest and most interesting discussion I've seen at a council meeting regarding FEMA grant applications. So I'll add to it. A couple of quick things. Any chance we have, and as Chief Hamilton pointed out, these are simply applications, and it would be wonderful if we could score on all of them. But any chance we have any opportunity where we could bring in $2.8 million to our city for services and training and programs and equipment, where we only need a 10% match, I would always have staff pursue those possibilities. Very quick comment about the item that the Mayor Pro Tem brought up about the TEMS program, the Tactical EMS training. That's one of those programs that I'm a big supporter of. It's one of these programs where you hope to never have to utilize it, but we want to be prepared. So I just want to share, just so the public watching has a better sense. And we've been blessed, knock on wood, in recent years that we haven't had one of these very tragic incidents. But without that program in other cities, other communities, unfortunately, where they've had a mass shooting, the medical support had to wait until the police and the sheriffs and everyone cleared the building before they could come in and provide the life-saving services. And I just, imagining that kind of event is bad enough, but not to be able to provide immediate EMS service is even worse. So I'm a big supporter of that. And then finally, I want to point out in the staff report, it is written, but I just want to point it out. In one of the applications with regard to getting the money to train the paramedics, again, it's the grant, if we win the grant, would train, but there is a long-term, beyond the 10% match, there's a small long-term cost to the city, and it has to do with our labor contract. So if we get the grants and if we have 5 people go through and they all finish and get their certifications, they would be eligible for a very small bump in their pay. So that would cost the city, if all 5 go through and complete, it would cost the city approximately $80,000 a year in addition. And I still would argue that that's a very, very small amount. And for getting the paramedic service, 5 additional paramedics certified to serve our community. But I needed to point that
You
out.
can save a lot of lives, with that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Pro Tem.
coming from the public safety side, I've always been very, very happy that firemen like to use ladder trucks, and very, very happy that cops didn't have to use them, because there's no way you'd catch me on that small platform that high in the air swaying in the wind. I'm not fond of heights. I deeply admire the firefighters for being able to do that. And with that being said, I would move the recommended action.
Okay, so we have a second.
Second,
Second by, I'm sorry,
Madrigal.
Sound like Oscar.
Oscar. Okay, Oscar, second. Okay, roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Teran,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is Public Works Department. This is an agreement for construction management services for the Oxnard wastewater plant reliability improvement project PW 20-102. And this again was already, there's a pre-recorded presentation before the City Council and Rosemary Gagliani. If there's any questions, is there any questions from the council members? Okay. No questions? So do we have a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Got a Mayor Pro Tem first, second by Basua.
Yes.
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Teran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, our next item, thank you. Our next item is the Public Works item, this adoption of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, that the City Council approve a resolution adopting the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And again, this is on video under Measure M. Is there any concerns or any questions by council members?
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Okay.
if I can try to frame this conversation, this is such a significant and hefty and large item. It just seems so challenging to ask the council to adopt this tonight without a presentation. But we will we will do the best we can.
Thank you.
So if I can just frame the conversation and then pass it on, and I'll explain why I'm going to pass it on to the Parks Commissioner Chair, and then hopefully then have a council conversation.
And Mr. City Manager, we do have 3 public speakers on this item. Do you want to take that first?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and we have 3 public speakers, and I'll name it right now. It's Lawrence Stein, followed by Douglas Partello, and the last one would be Chris Hernandez. So Lawrence Stein, 3 minutes.
Mr. Stein?
I'd like to defer my comments until after the staff presentation because I don't know what the staff's going to be speaking about. I'd like to speak after the presentation, please.
Okay. Okay, then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Partello, 3 minutes.
Mr. Partello?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes. Hi, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and City Council. I saw the presentation and I was thankful that I was able to see that in advance. And as it was stated, it is pretty comprehensive. And I'm glad that, those things were looked at because it's such an important issue for the quality of life we have here. But as I saw that master plan, I realized that, it was just looking at us as a community, cultural, factors and other things, but not really going into, what would be budgeted to provide for some of these things that the input was showing that the community values and that would be meaningful to more folks. So, as you guys wrestle with your budgets and your 5-year priorities, it's important that we put parks and this as one of the significant priorities. It's something that has been let go, and we're all well aware of the state of our parks, our landscaping, our medians, and that's been an area of concern for many citizens. And the lack of recreational opportunities that our parks afford us, and to have them in a condition that is safe and that we can enjoy, others come to our area to enjoy. We've got beaches, we have great weather, we have so many great things. And I would just like to say that, if we could just look at that master plan and try to put some teeth to it, try to really look at something to increase priority toward the parks. Like, for example, over at Gonzales and Oxnard Boulevard, there was a plan to develop that parcel of land into a park. And I guess with all the budget considerations, that it's just sitting there as an open parcel. So if something could be done there, having a public pool would be so great, given our weather, given the folks, the kids that can go to public pools. I grew up in Southern California. And I mean, as a kid, I could go and pay 25 cents and go to the public pool. And it's great exercise. It's a great way to, have constructive activities for our youth. And if we can just go beyond just this type of informational accounting of, what our culture is, what people value, like soccer is something that's highly valued in our community. We're highly Latino here, and that's something that, it's good to know where we sit as far as the master plan, but we've got to go beyond that and make our parks, our recreation, something more of a priority that'll improve the quality of life, and particularly for our youth. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Douglas. Our next speaker is Chris Hernandez, 3 minutes.
Mr. Hernandez?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Chris Hernandez, Vice Chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council. I agree with the city manager that this is going to take another presentation or another city council meeting, but I did take a look at the master plan, and I'd like to start by saying that the park master plan is very impressive. well thought out and inclusive of our agrarian culture, such as recommendation number 13, where it talks about the transformation of native and conservation plantings. Recommendations such as more lighting is a big game changer in many parks, which are a big concern to many residents whom I have spoken to from the north side to most needed in parts of the south side. More lighting is definitely needed, and it's definitely a safety concern for many residents. Now, moving on to one of the most important areas for many residents, including myself, is the Five Points neighborhood. I'd like to read the first thing from page 54 of the park master plans, where it states, it talks about the park acres per 1,000 residents. The city's most significant gap is the 5 Points neighborhood. I repeat, the 5 Points neighborhood, and several other neighborhoods in the center and eastern edge of the city, including Terra Vista, Mar Vista, and Redwood, have less than 1 acre of park space per 1,000 residents. This is not enough park space to meet the needs of our city's current population density in these areas. It is unknown at this time if property in these areas could be potentially secured for additional space. Now, I know for a fact that there is a space that can still be reserved for a park in the Five Points neighborhood. I am asking the city to please work with me to acquire the piece of land that I and many residents from the Five Points neighborhood would like to establish a park in. I promise you that Five Points will do its part to keep it as low costing and more beneficial to the city by engaging in continuous volunteer monitoring and maintenance, as well as fundraising events. Lastly, I'd like to mention that to all citizens asking about budgeting and revenue from Measure E, that it cannot be all at once. We must pursue this piece by piece, a park or two at a time. So in other words, don't expect massive changes all at once from Measure E. Let's be patient and let's continue to work together to better our parks and recreation areas. Thank you very much. I seize my time. And I'm looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. City Manager? Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, well, I think it's just habit, but people have to be reminded there's no presentation. The presentation was pre-recorded and people could watch it prior to right now if they feel like it or later. But I do want, because this is such a significant item, I do want to do my best to frame the conversation. So first and foremost, this is a guiding vision for the city in terms of what to do with our parks. This in and of itself is not a budget document, nor is it an action plan. It is a master plan that's, and almost every community does this, that serves as a guiding vision plan. So our job now is once the council adopts this, our job and our challenge in our various tasks are to make sure that it doesn't go on the shelf and collect dust. But for anyone who is frustrated that there's not a budget attached to this, there's not supposed to be a budget attached to a guiding vision plan. That comes later. So that's number one. Number two, I want to point out a few key areas because it is such a significant document. People worked on it for a couple years. I want to point out a few highlights. So towards the beginning, there's essentially a report card of our existing parks. We have a total of 53 parks. So there's actually between pages 24 and 31 of this document, you will find basically an amenities checklist and overall use demand of our existing parks. And then there's, in terms of the vision plans, after all the work with all the meetings with the community and the Parks Commission, between pages 111 and 202 are a series of goals that were determined throughout the process. If you want a quick executive summary of the findings, that's available on page 8 of the key findings. So one of the philosophical choices we have to make as a community, and where we ultimately will need direction from both the Parks Commission and the City Council, is what is the approach we're going to take in terms of trying to implement elements of this vision plan. And I find one of the most interesting ways to approach this is, are we intent on expanding parkland, or should we focus on improving the parks that we have? And I am in the school of thought that it is more significant to improve the parks we have. I have had the fortune of viewing most of our parks, and in fact, on my last ride along with our former police chief, with Chief Whitney, he actually drove me around and showed me some parks that were in just horrible conditions. And one of the key things for me, Mr. Mayor and Council, is that many of our parks are in such bad shape that nobody wants to use them. And it's so they already exist. And I believe that, I hope that the direction will come that we should focus on improving the existing parks in our neighborhoods, so that they draw more use, they attract more people. And one of the things that frustrates me most is the lack of imagination when it comes to public parks in communities across this country. And what I find is, and this happened decades ago, but is essentially, where do you want to park? Okay, let's just draw out a standard rectangle, and that's a park. And okay, maybe we throw some picnic tables in here, and maybe a basketball court there, or this playing field or that playing field. But if you've ever had a chance to visit parks in other parts of the world, they are full of imagination. They have all kinds of amenities that draw the community in, people of all walks of life, people of all abilities, people of all ages, and there's tremendous interaction and tremendous use. And I don't find that outside of actual organized sports events. I find many of our parks to be just practically vacant. So I hope our focus will be, let's improve the parks we have, but beyond cutting the grass and watering the trees, I'd like to see an effort on truly improving them based on the community's desires around each of those parks. There's also a summary in this document of the primary recommendations. You'll find that on pages 10 and 11. And then significantly, there are sets of proposed action plans in the back, pages 203 to 208, and they break them down into 3 categories. Actions that depend on the amount of time they would take, actions that depend on the amount of money it would cost, and then actions that have consideration of both. So in all, I like most of what's in this plan. I don't agree with some of it, but that doesn't matter. No one is going to agree with everything in this kind of a document. It serves as a living document, and the key thing is, how do we proceed to work on it? There's a whole host of potential but unfunded and yet to be program projects. They are itemized on page 215 through 217. So what I'd like to recommend tonight at the end of the council's discussion is that recommend that the council go ahead and adopt this guiding vision plan, this Parks Master Plan. Again, communities do this about once a decade, but that you immediately direct us to take it back to the Parks Commission and have them working with staff to develop a 2-year action plan. And by that, what I hope to do is take this 10-year guiding document and take it hopefully in about 5 bites. It was stated earlier by one of the public speakers, obviously we can't do all this at once. We're going to have to make some choices. I believe we can do that best through the Parks Commission. And at the budget time each year, the council will have to weigh and balance priorities and figure out how much and what we can fund. There are also issues that require some more time, obviously prioritizing what the projects are. There's a recommendation there for the city to reconsider our existing ordinance, the sunset ordinance. Right now, we don't allow activity in most of the parks after dark. They're not lit. And so there's a recommendation in there after all the work with the community to revisit that ordinance. And I think that's a process that is a good place for it, is to start at the Parks Commission, work its way up to our council committee that takes care of not only parks, but public safety. We also need to develop a deferred maintenance catch-up plan, right? There's a lot of deferred maintenance at our parks. We also need to work on improving the internal working relationships within the city between the Parks Department division in Public Works and the Recreation Department. And also we need plans for around some of these community parks and neighborhood parks, as we're looking towards developing the action plans 2 years at a time. I would encourage and hope that we have community engagement in those neighborhoods, hopefully at the level that we're seeing with the Friends of the Campus Park neighborhood and community engagement. I think that would be great. So I'm going to end my comments there. I'm now going to ask the chair of the Parks Commission, Mr. Roger Poirier, to speak on behalf of the Parks Commission. And I'm asking him to do this because they, along with city staff and the community, they have worked on this for 2 years. And I think it's important when our commissioners spend that much time on an effort this large, that when it finally makes it to the council, that the commission has its voice represented as well. So, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with you and the council, I'd like to ask Mr. Poirier to make comments on behalf of the Parks Commission. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Poirier.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Manager. My name is Roger Poirier. I'm on the Parks and Recreation Commission. I've been with this master plan from the beginning. Councilmember Turan and I were on the panel that helped to choose the consultant. And there's been a lot of staff turnover since then, but Commissioner Turan and I were with this plan through the whole thing. There were several, pretty much all the Parks and Rec commissioners who were on the commission during the work of this master plan took part in some way. We had a lot of meetings. This Parks and Recreation master plan is the result of the most comprehensive conversation the city of Oxnard has ever had with its residents on the topic of parks and recreation. The conversation went on for many months. It reached into every corner of the city, engaged with as many stakeholders as we could think of. The crafting of the document went on for about 2 years with a ton of review and reworking. It doesn't have all the answers, but it does help us pose a lot of the right questions. It points out some glaring examples of our shortcomings, and it makes some challenging recommendations. It provides the Parks and Recreation Commission a solid foundation for advising the city on next steps, what to do with current parks, what to do with future parks, how to come up with solutions to what people are asking for. And that will be the commission's work certainly for this year, through the rest of the year and onward. I'd like to thank those staff members who really put in a ton of work on this thing. Mr. Eric Hummel he coordinated this whole process, and he did a fantastic job. Assistant Public Works Director Giannis came into the city in the middle of the process, and he jumped right in, and it was always good to see him at all the meetings. From the recreation side, we had the Director Terrell Harrison, who was also instrumental, and the Recreation Manager Renee Rakestraw. Recreation staff helped considerably throughout the process, helping with the workshops, and City Corps was a big part in helping set up the meetings and helping to run things. So it was an all hands on deck kind of project. And, there's a lot to be proud of in this document, and there's a lot to work with. So I welcome any questions you might have for the commission.
Thank you, Roger. And before we go to questions, I want to thank you and also Councilmember Tehran and all the planners for, this is a tremendous amount of work that you've done over the years. And I just got to give you a shout out because of the tremendous amount of work and there's a lot of reading. Believe it or not, I heard the presentation on video and it really doesn't do any justice with all the work that you've done, So with that in mind, I'd like to ask board members, council members, excuse me, if they have any questions. And
Mr. Mayor, I just have a comment if I can.
okay, and then we'll go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Perello. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want, Mr. Poirier, I want to thank you and the Parks and Recreation Commission for all your work. This is voluminous work, and I spent many hours going through it on several days, and I think it's phenomenal. I was pleased to see some discussion in there about lifeguards on beaches in Oxnard. Oxnard has the only beaches in Ventura County and that are publicly used that don't have some sort of lifeguard presence during at least some time of the year. Doesn't have to be a huge program. I think we can start out with baby steps. And obviously, we're not going to make that decision tonight. That will probably be part of the discussion next week at the priorities setting meeting. But I think it's an excellent plan. I like the city manager's idea of incrementalizing some of this, doing maybe in 2-year increments to take it a little bit at a time. But and I would tend to agree that our parks have been neglected. They need a lot of TLC. And I would love to see us get to the point where we can do that. And if we can afford more parkland for 5 Points, that's going to be part of the priority setting the next 5 years. But I think it's an excellent work. I thank you for all your efforts. And I would like to, maybe see you go back to Parks and Recreation Commission to start making some potential funding suggestions and see what we come up with, what council can agree to and move forward. But and I would have to agree with the city manager of we didn't ask you to go through all this work so we could set it on a shelf and have it collect dust. It's about time that we take something that was created and present it to us and do something with it. So thank you and your commission for all your work. And Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Perello.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank all involved in putting this presentation on, and I echo Councilman McDonald's comments. There have been plans that have sat on the shelf at great expense, and they are dated. They're not good anymore. I will take a bit of a tangent. I personally think specifically, this is not an argumentative thing, but the lifeguards, it's a great idea, but I'd rather contract them out than to hire people in-house because I think the people that are doing the lifeguards in the county could do as good a job as we would need, and it would avoid us having to hire out people. That's just a difference of opinion. Mr. Portier.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you acknowledging Mr. Tehran and yourself, but I would hope that with the staff that's here, that's been involved in this, we can get some acknowledgement to every member that sat on that Parks and Rec Commission during the time that you're stating that this took place. And the only reason I do that is not to put you on a spot, and you've got staff there to help you. It's because we are desperately trying to get people to sign up for the CAGs. And this is your organization is one organization that is getting an opportunity to get basically a seat at the table. I mean, you're part of the presentation here, and it possibly would serve them justice and the ability to see it. Well, at least the city took the time to honor the people that put in their time and acknowledge them, who it was, because the same thing could happen to me if I serve on the library board, Measure O, Planning Commission, whatever they do. And that's the only reason I asked that. And I hope before Mayor we get off that we can acknowledge every one of those people, because I know it's more than a two-man show. And again, I appreciate the work. I do maybe become a little more conservative on this thing. You can't build what you don't have the funds to do. But I can tell you, I grew up 50s and 60s. Makes me an old man. I think the mayor's older. But as we go down the road, it used to be kids would show up for a game And there was soccer when I was a kid. Kids would show up for a game, and it was either shirts or skins, meaning you had a t-shirt on or you took your t-shirt off. And sometimes there would be an organized team, and it was a t-shirt. Right now, we have a situation where society and the culture is involved. The parents are going in debt to get kids uniforms so they can be on a team that plays only a few times. And then the kids outgrow it, and we have great memories, but there's got to be some rationale, and I hope that our city can get involved. It's a blue collar community. Not every, and when I hear the prices of what kids are having to pay for not the kids, the parents or sponsors are paying, it's horrendous. I mean, the money could be put to much better use. And I do appreciate the fact about the lighting, and I do appreciate the fact that the mayor, I beg your pardon, it was not the mayor, it was the city manager brought up the fact about the hours of operation, dusk to dawn, because the neighborhood where the best lights in the street, where the very best lights are in a city park is off H Street. And the reason is because there was a lot of activity that was happening at night. And it wasn't so much that the kids wanted to play. There was a lot of things that were happening at night that should never have happened in that park. And when those lights went in, I was a member of the Inter-Neighborhood Council organization. There were tremendous amounts of people from different residents throughout the streets wanted to know, why can't my street lights be as bright as those lights are? Who did you have to know to get those kinds of lights? It was an entirely different council at that time, but I do understand the lighting, but I also understand the issue of the safety, the public safety, because at night, there are things that happen in parks that shouldn't happen in parks. And again, thank you for the presentation and all the people involved, all the work that they put in. I know it's a thankless job, and I've advocated for this in the past. They don't even give you coffee money or gas money. They should, because it's all freebie stuff, and you put blood, sweat, and tears you guys put into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. And I'm sure the staff can give us or maybe Gabe can give us how many people were in the commission.
I can tell you that, Mayor.
Okay. Go ahead.
There is a list of some commissioners. Basically, the master plan concept first originated in a retreat that the Parks and Rec Commission had in 2015. And that commission, that was when I first joined the commission, that was, the chair was Lee Cobb back then, and Gloria Postel was the vice chair. Johnny Barber was on the commission, and also Dale Somersall, as well as Aurelio Campo and Sheree Moraga. So that, that was, it's going way back. Then Lily Guerra joined the commission, and Steve Nash, of course, was very involved in this Parks and Rec master plan. The people listed are some of the more recent commissioners, like Oscar Hernandez, he's still on the commission, Julie Kalbacher, Eduardo Reyes, and Angela Whitecomb is still on the commission. Also, Jerry Lucero. I think I've got them all. I mean, there's been quite a few. Did you, I did mention the staff that worked on this, Councilmember Perillo, Eric Hummel.
And thank you. And I hope you understand why I asked him, because not everybody's going to take the time, even though the city manager gave them a shortcut of where to go read this very important points in the document. The general public in Oxnard, as I'm being told all the time, they don't have time to read these documents. So just to shout out and give them, 30 seconds of recognition is a big deal to them, and maybe not to them, to their families.
I should also say there were city staff involved behind the scenes that I didn't really interact with. So, and they're listed also on this page of acknowledgements. I don't know everything that goes on behind the scenes in Parks and Rec.
Roger, I may have missed it, but did you mention Eduardo Reyes also?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, thank you very much.
And thank you, Roger.
so.
I think Councilman Perillo is correct that we need to thank all those individuals, because that's a tremendous amount of work that was done. So thank you for sharing that. And I think Councilmember Turan was next.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. Yes, thank you, Chair Poirier, for the framing of this conversation. And as was mentioned, there was a lot of work that was put into this master plan, and I really I appreciate the acknowledgement and my role in it. But I have to say that my role was one of one sliver of what went into this document. I've read it multiple times in its multiple iterations, and I feel fortunate to have done that since it came to council at a time when I was appointed. And I really appreciate that, because I know everything that went into it beyond the document itself, which is a massive document, but rightfully so. As was mentioned, the city staff in the front and also behind the scenes who did all the work in this, but also the consultant who helped to put together all of the community workshops, the community-based organizations who provided translation for the workshops, the recreation staff who helped facilitate workshops, City Corps, as the Chair Poirier had mentioned, there were so many people involved in this every step of the way, city staff, commissioners, and community members and community organizations. So thank you very much for that. The comment I wanted to make as well is I'm hoping that members of the public can take advantage of the highlights that were pointed out by our city manager. And I am very happy to hear the idea about sending it back to after approval, sending it back to the Parks and Recreation Community Services Commission, because that's why they're there. That's why we have CAGs, to look at these subject areas that are within their jurisdiction, to provide input to council and to the public on where we should go with these things. And this is another opportunity for the public to review this, but also go to the Parks and Recreation Commission meetings when this is on the agenda to share your piece about it. And the last thing I'll say, when this last came to the commission, and I had looked over the document one more time, what it really came down to for me, and I can't tell Parks and Rec what to do, but for me as an individual, looking at the recommendations on page 10 and 11, there are volumes of information beyond the pages 10 and 11 that justify the recommendations and the goals that are put in place. And I would just like to draw attention to those recommendations. And in my head, if I had to attack this as someone who had to now prioritize what we were going to do, I look at these things and most of them make sense as recommendations based on input from the community and the assessment of our community. And so there are things in here that are low-hanging fruit, things that we have capacity to do right away, possibly tomorrow. And so I just hope that we try and keep it as simple as possible as far as looking at priorities and think about what are things that we have capacity to do now, what are things that we have capacity to do with some investment, and what are things that are more long-term goals or priorities we should be looking at. I would say none of these should be not a priority. They all make sense, but how do we organize those things to see what we can realistically get done given our resources? And the 2-year plan that the city manager suggested makes perfect sense to me. And those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Our next speaker is going to be Council Member Oscar Madrigal, then Lopez, and then Basua. Oscar, Lopez, and Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'll start off with lighting. I remember way back when, before council districts, me and Council Member Perello went to Blackstock South neighborhood meeting, and they mentioned the poor state of Johnson Creek Park. That was way back in 2017. And I remember then the big issue was the restroom and the lighting. And, they gave it to us like they were upset, rightfully so. I remember the next day I spoke with Councilmember Perello, and he said he actually went to that restroom and that park at like 10 p.m. And I remember everything that the residents spoke about, he saw in person. And then I was very upset with him that what would he be doing at that park at 10 p.m. with no lighting? And that there was people inside the park. But the key issue, lighting brings safety to a park. Unfortunately, if that park still has issues, that's still not the only park in the city that has those pertaining issues. Many parks in our city, once nighttime hits, lighting's a huge issue. Safety is an issue. There are people there in the dark. How are we going to tell? Recently, maybe about 8-9 months ago, found out about 2 weeks later, but a resident was hit right by Colonia Park simply because of the lighting issue. Person who hit her got off the car. She was limping and she did not want any help simply because of immigration status. And it was tragic, but like you found out later, and the person still tried to reach out and she refused. And then they were still looking for her, people in the neighborhood, but had no luck finding her. So you have issues in the neighborhood and other neighborhoods that pertain to this as well. I could go district by district and mention one park in each district where these type of issues do exist. Lighting is huge. I understand some residents, especially those that live near the park, do not want lighting in their park because they feel that it brings more people at a later time of the evening. And that is understandable. But at the same time, to those same residents, you don't know who's in your front yard, backyard, or around you. Why? Because it's pitch black. It's a tough issue. And second thing, I'm all for lifeguards. We do need lifeguards. I won't get a little bit too much into the issue. I'll just kind of leave it there. As far as a pool, I know certain residents called and asking for a pool. I'm all for a pool, but I do feel that it does need to be an indoor pool. The reason why I feel it needs to be an indoor pool, there is a public pool here in Colonia. It's a travesty as to the condition of that pool. For all intents and purposes, if all things were the same, then I would have just said that they should have just extended the Veterans Memorial Gym and made it bigger instead of having that pool in the back, which is just kind of sitting there. And it's a mess. So if we do have a pool, then I do feel that it does need to be an indoor pool. Fourth thing, and this is from a resident. Resident did email all of us, I believe, at least over a week ago. But their one thing was mentioning the construction of our 3 parks, or 3 community parks that have been sitting for years. According to this resident, Sports Park, which is on the corner of Gonzalez and Oxnard Boulevard, was approved by the city council way back in 1992. So we are 29 years in and it still sits empty. We have Campus Park. Same issue. The city bought the land in 1998. And then we have College Park, which has had phases 1 and 2 completed, but it was originally approved by the city council way back in 2002. So, we do have 3, parks that could bring a lot to our community. I understand that the price tag is going to be pretty hefty to complete all those 3 parks. Are they going to be done in the next 5 years? Realistically, no. We need to set priorities, but to the residents that bought a home or came to the area thinking that they were going to have Campus Park, College Park completed, or Sports Park, then false promises. The 5th thing, I do have kind of an issue with the College Park and Sports Park suggestions. Yes, we do need soccer fields, but at the same time, yes, we need to do a better job of kind of fixing issues and concerns. And I think city staff is doing a good job with that. But my big concern with Sports Park, I love baseball. It's actually my favorite sport, but sports park is an L-shaped park. How feasible is it going to be there to put baseball fields, any number of baseball fields there because of the way the park is constructed in an L shape? That's something that we need to look at. In all honesty, I would actually suggest moving those baseball fields to College Park, simply because it makes it easier. It's more feasible. I know that there was a greenway aspect by, oh great, down by River Park in the levees. And I know the county has a project going on there with the levees, and their goal is to put actually a bike path and a walking path along the levee. It was something I know that the county's been working on for a few years. So, you know, hopefully something good happens there. And then lastly, just on the survey, just real quickly, just clarification. They divided up the city into 4s. I think it would have been a little bit easier for us to read if they had just divided it up by the 6 districts in the city. But other than that, thank you. I know this is a lot of hard work and dedication. I know it's a lot, and I know that there's still work to be done. Simply now trying to get all of this implemented and moving. So hopefully everything will be going in the right direction. Thank you very much.
You know,
Thank
I
you,
think
Councilmember.
this master plan may have been conceived before we had council districts. I'm not
That's right.
No, I'm
sure.
speaking about the surveys to
yeah,
residents.
I know. I think we
So-
did the survey before the council district. But I could
Okay,
be
then
wrong.
yeah,
I could be
probably
wrong.
the survey.
you know-
The surveys may be outdated then.
We
But-
could certainly probably report out those surveys by district.
Actually, though, speaking of surveys, I went to one of the meetings with the surveys, and we were already in districts.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor, and to our city manager. It was almost like he read off my notes that I had with the feedback, and certainly appreciate Mr. Poirier being present and sharing in that. This was definitely a really good and lengthy report, and I think I like the idea of putting that task back on the commission to continue this work alongside the council to carry out the work that was produced in this plan. And I certainly agree that before we invest and work in other parks and creating other public spaces, as Councilmember Madrigal mentioned, you know, you could definitely point out parks in every single district, a council district, that requires some much needed attention, and the safety and maintenance should be the first priority, so that we can also move forward and open up other spaces and look where else we can invest, because there is definitely great need and great interest of all our residents. And I think that's noticeable, perhaps just on a visual survey. When one of the parks has been improved, you see people trickle towards that park. I mean, I certainly have done it, but only because my family lives in a neighborhood that had, you know, a really nice park. And so it happens. People gravitate towards safe spaces, areas that they feel comfortable going to. And I think we need to ensure that every park and every space that we have is welcoming to all our residents, especially those within those neighborhoods that it is serving. And so with that, I think one of the recommendations mentioned partnerships, and I think there's great opportunities for that. There was a conversation that I had definitely before COVID, because it was in person. And it was one of our residents who said, hey, we know we do need to maintain our parks. What if we had an adopt a park type of plan? And that is a way to, one, involve our residents to maintain and be active, because part of deterring any unwanted activity from a park is to make sure that we take ownership of that space. So I just want to kind of throw that out there, not to add on to the list of recommendations, but a way to adopt that recommendation of creating partnerships. So again, thank you so much, Mr. Correa, for the work on behalf of the rest of the commissioners and those who came before the current commissioners and our staff who participated in this. I think one of the workshops that Mr. Madrigal might have referred to, that was after council districts were formed, and I believe Ms. Basua and Mr. Perello, if I recall correctly, were also present in that workshop, and it was very engaging. So I appreciate all the work that went into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'm going to go ahead and follow in the footsteps of my colleagues here and praise every single staff member that was involved in creating this Parks Master Plan. Definitely lots of work went into it. And it's very welcoming, and I'm very excited to have gone through this plan. And I agree with our city manager. I think it definitely should go back to the committee level. And we should really first, start addressing the parks we have now, trying to keep those maintained. If that means we've got to buy new equipment for the playgrounds, make them look like we really care. But I think it's also really, really important that we look at this and realize that we have the ability right now with this master plan to create additional investments for our community that are very much needed. And when I say that not only for the South or East End, I mean all around our community. This plan is for our whole city as a whole, and we should take it as much, and no one area is better than the other. So when I'm looking at investments, I'm looking at investments that are feasible and that are attainable. And I'm looking forward to next week when we go into our 5-year planning session. I would like to see the pool come to fruition. I would love to see an aquatic pool in the area. It's been talked about at College Park to go ahead and redevelop and continue that process that was once a vision there. It is something that it is extremely important for our community. And we as a council have an opportunity not only to make what we have great, but to make it even greater by bringing new investments into our community that are very much needed. On the other side, I also want to emphasize that in this master plan, it was said that 55% of our residents do not feel safe in our parks. That number is extremely high. That means 55% of the residents that live in Oxnard do not feel safe in our parks. What can we do when the Park and Rec Commission is looking at this? There is so much innovation that we can bring. We can bring in new lighting, and I know that the new lighting, change is always, hard for people. So with new lighting, we can add shields to the lighting where the lighting goes down and it doesn't intrude into the neighborhoods. But this is the only way that we can allow our residents to continue to feel safe in the parks that they belong to. There also was case studies about summer night lights. That is something very, very neat that I would like to see in our community, especially in the communities where we see a ton of soccer players, maybe summer night light soccer. That is something the soccer world really wants soccer fields. Maybe that is something we can do. In one of the case studies here, there was a basketball league during the nighttime, during the summer. This is a great opportunity for us to kind of reinvent who we are when it comes to the parks and recs. And again, I want to thank everybody that was involved, and I'm really looking forward to adopting this plan and going into next week, setting our 5-year strategic plan and our goals. And I'm hoping that we can make a lot of these goals that are here come to reality. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Again, I want to thank Roger and Councilmember Tehran and all the commissioners for just outstanding work. And I just kind of want to reiterate what our city manager was saying, you know, that this plan is a guiding vision for our parks. A master plan, I always see a master plan like a budget as a roadmap that was put together by many individuals. It was mentioned that we have 53 parks. And I believe that one of the things that we need to do is, instead of looking at adding more parks, taking care of the current parks of 53 parks that we have. And one thing that was shared that that we have some parks that are really in poor condition that we need to take care of. And I think it's extremely important that, and most likely I probably know where they are, and we need to take care of those parks. And of course, you know, looking at the key findings and recommendations, I mean, that's a lot of work that went right into that. It's just unbelievable. And I believe that, yes, we got to take this, adopt a plan to take it back to the Parks Commission and come out with a 2-year plan. Because I think one of the things that you mentioned, that would probably be a yearly vision or look at to see if we can fund those particular parks. And also I think it's important because we don't want to encumber future councils, you know, by adopting maybe a 5-10 year plan with no funding, which I don't think is correct. And I think the sunset ordinance needs to be looked at, because especially, you know, in the wintertime, you know, when the sun goes down at 4:30 in the evening, and the people get out of work at that time and they want to go out and practice and play games and exercise, even though it's dark, but they can do so. And also one of the things that you mentioned was, Mr. City Manager, is develop a catch-up plan for deferred maintenance. There's a lot of deferred maintenance in our city. People have asked me about take care of our parks, make sure they're brown, make them green, take care of our trees, make sure we mow the lawn, make sure that we take care of our restrooms and so forth in the parks, which is really important. And of course, one of the things that I think Councilman Lopez mentioned is, I'd like that adopt a plan part. You know, one of the things that you mentioned is we need to have the communities participate, be participants in what they want to see in their community parks, which I think is extremely important, you know, that we do that, you know. So, and before I go to Larry Stein, Mr. City Manager, you want to share something else?
Yes, I'd like to make one final comment. Again, this is purely from the city manager's perspective. If we have parks, if we go beyond restoration and proper maintenance, if we put efforts on recreating and reinventing each of our parks so that they are fun and exciting, so that they draw people, right? I want to get away from, here's a rectangle, we'll keep the grass mowed, you know, go have a picnic or play one sport or another. If we make our parks fun and exciting, that means they will see more usage. And when there is more usage, it will be safer. One of the problems at some of our parks in terms of safety is no one's ever there enjoying the park. There's only bad things happening there. Now, that's only one aspect. There are other aspects around the safety issue. And with modern LED lighting and all that, we can work things out. But I just want to reiterate, I would love it if we could recreate our parks so that they are fun and exciting, that they're more than what they've been for decades, and that will draw people into them. You see this around the world where parks are so heavily utilized because they're fun, they're interesting, they're exciting, they have amenities, they're not just flat pieces of land, they have undulations, they have a variety of activities, and they draw people all ages, all walks of life, all the time. So that's what I hope to see for Oxnard. Thank you.
And council members too, one of the things that I hear a lot about is currently our youth are staying at home, playing video games and having all kinds of fun at home and getting a little bit obese and eating too much. It would be kind of nice to see our kids go out in the park and run around with their dogs and have a good time, you know, and just exercise, which I think is extremely important. And this is really going to be a wellness type program for the entire community. So I want to thank you. We have Perella, you want to share something else?
Well, yes, you're absolutely right, Mayor. The things that we're looking at, every councilman, I agree with all the councilmen that are here. I'd like to just clear up a couple of things. The Councilman Madrigal was right. I went to Johnson Creek Park and it was late at night. And I saw things that and I went late at night because I found it hard to believe what the residents were saying. But the prostitution, the drugs, and everything else that was going on, it was going on. And the bathrooms, the doors had been torn up. So it was like the park had free reign of the criminal element running the park. But with respect to taking small bites, there's options because, and I'm not for, more taxes and stuff, but they have things called parks and recreation districts. And if we want to do things faster, we can, look at that because the mayor is 100% right. We don't want to commit future councils like was done with Measure O, and Measure O is committed for the fire station at College Park, even past the time when Measure O would normally sunset. We don't want to do that. And with respect to the use for the parks, I mean, like it or not, it's a heavily Hispanic community. The newspapers continually tell us overweight and diabetes is a big thing in this cultural community. That's right. And the more activity we can get, as the mayor pointed out, people sitting in front of TVs because they don't want to go to parks. The lighting is a big deal. I know the neighborhood that I live in, they didn't want, it has lighting, but there was a big issue about bathrooms because it would attract an element. It does rub up with issues in the local neighborhood. But Councilwoman Basu is 100% right. They can address lights so that they shine down, so they don't intrude onto the people's homes and lights, the people around the park. But I think I'm really grateful that this project is coming forward. I'm grateful it's going to go back to the committee because there are other options with financing. But if we don't have those other options, we have to remember where we stand financially in the city of Oxnard today, February 2021. We cannot promise people a pipe dream and say everything's going to get done. It's got to take. You don't need an elephant in one bite. It's a lot of little bites, and that's what's going to happen. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak.
Thank you. Okay, we have a speaker that wanted to share some information after we spoke, and Lawrence Stein. You got 3 minutes, Larry Stein.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I'm very hopeful with what City Council said this evening. I'm hopeful, but I was born at night, but not last night. Staff has not made any recommendations for funding. Funding's come from, we've had sources of revenue coming from Measure O and Measure E. None of this gets discussed, even though Measure E was passed in November and the report was presented in December and January. There's still no discussion on funding from Measure O or Measure E. That's been partially addressed by staff by the City Council this evening. We have a 5-year capital improvement project that had not been worked on as it was planned on. I mean, we have 5-year capital improvement projects, but we've had these for 20 years. It has not been developing our parks, not been developing our major parks, such as Campus Park, Sports Park, and College Park. Sports Park was addressed this evening since 1992 when it was designed, but still blank lot, as Councilman Madrigal pointed out on my behalf. Thank you very much. Again, with the Campus Park, notwithstanding work done by POW, nothing's been done. The Police Activity League has done some work with the basketball courts, but I suspect that POW had a polo program. The polo program would be approved before a pool would ever got built, based upon the city's activities in the last 20 years. POW got priority over anything else as far as parks go. College Park, as again is addressed this evening. I sat on College Park Advisory Committee for a year. We met for a year. And that plans went for the Parks Commission. The Parks Commission sat on it for a year and a half, and they was denied by City Council. City Council worked on it for another year and a half, and phases 1 through 5 were discussed and approved. Phase 1, part of it was done. We got the soccer fields built, we got the basketball fields built, the skate park was built, the dog park was built. But part of phase 1 included the ball fields. The ball fields have not been done. So what's great with the plans if not going to do it? Why create promises? They're not going to fund it. Club Park included plans for a pool when funds became available. And this was before Measure O. Measure O was passed, no pool. Now Measure E was passed in November, and again, there's no discussion. on Measure E and pools for the parks. Again, promises are made, but nothing gets financed. Staff does not make recommendations. City council can make suggestions, but staff makes recommendations and city council approves recommendations. Staff does not make any recommendations for funding of these parks, just suggestions. Again, a pool was designated for Measure O and Measure E. The pool was never built. We should point out to you that the scope of the project was written in 2017. The contract was written in 2018. The aspects of the contract was not written in the scope. Why did city manager and city attorney change the contract to avoid some of the items of the scope? The scope did say a budget was supposed to be adopted and we're supposed to have a
Your
capital
time is up.
project plan.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you very much
Stein.
for your time. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. I just want to share, that for the public's sake, that we had a lot of recommendations, a lot of good ideas from the city council and council members, and of course, from our Parks and Recreation board, that we really came out with some good comments and so forth. And Roger and Tehran, Councilman Tehran, and all the individuals from the Parks and Recreation Commission, you've done an excellent job. I think that also one of the things that they mentioned, they went to the stakeholders, they talked to a lot of people, they talked to staffs, they talked to a tremendous amount of folks. That this is not just overnight. And the funding is going to come with budgeting, with Measure O, and we're going to be looking at that here in the next couple of weeks. And Measure E money's not here. In fact, I just want to share, a lot of people asking me, when are you going to start cleaning up? When are you going to start with the parks? When are you going to repave? We are not really, you don't have the Measure E money yet, but potentially we will. And also, hopefully that we can retain Measure O, because that's going to help us tremendously for the next, 6, 7, 8 years, So I think that the city council has gotten a lot of good input for this item, for the Parks and Recreation master plan. And so we were looking for
Mr. Mayor, a quick comment if I can.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you for touching on the funding part, because people have to remember that this is a master plan. A master plan is a dream, a goal, a vision, but it doesn't delve into funding. That's the priority that council needs to set later on. So I don't want people to think that somebody shirked their duties by not putting funding into this plan.
Right.
This is not the place for funding to be. So thank you for making that comment. I would move the recommended action.
Thank you. Do we need a second?
Second.
Second by Lopez. Okay, roll call. Ed, do you want to share anything else, Mr. Manager? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, and that's excellent job again, and thank you so much for all the participants and council members. This is an excellent plan. It's a good guiding light, a good roadmap. Thank you so much, and our next item is item to adjourn. Do we have a
So
motion?
moved.
Okay. Okay, so do we have a second?
Second.
A second to adjourn, okay. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, all.